Thank you, Laura. Welcome, everyone, to the Committee of the Whole meeting of Tuesday, September 12th, 2023. Just a reminder that this is a Committee of the Whole meeting and no decisions will be made here today. There will only be recommendations that will go to our next regular council meeting on Tuesday, December 26, 2023 for consideration. I'll call the meeting to order and look for an adoption of the agenda. Councillor Warren, Councillor Perry, all in favor? And that's passed. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest on anything on the agenda for today? Seeing none, should any arise during the course of the meeting, advise the chair and we'll deal with them accordingly. Move on to item 4, which is paramedic service update. 4.1 is the Service Master Plan refresh presentation, and we have Sarah Johnson, John Perno, Todd McDonald, and Hannah Mays-Frenette. So welcome, and off you go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good morning to you and Council and everybody joining today. We're very pleased to be here to talk about the paramedic service and certainly appreciate the dedicated time ahead of regularly scheduled Committee of the Whole this afternoon. It's a long day for everyone and we appreciate the dedicated time. I'd like to provide a few introductions to most of our management team that's here this morning. Here in Council Chambers, we have Deputy Chief of Operations, Stephen Lucas. We have Deputy Chief of Professional Standards, Jamie Golden. We have Superintendents of Community Paramedicine, Autumn Campbell. And our Staff Development and Wellness Lead, Brandon Ferguson. And we have representatives from our Administration Division, Cindy Meinecker and Beth Johnson, that keep the train on the tracks. So we appreciate all the management staff that's here this morning, and the office is closed until noon. I'd also like to provide a few introductions to our fellow presenters this morning. Mr. Mayor also indicated that we have John Perno and Todd McDonald from Performance Concepts Consulting here joining us in Council Chambers. And not in Council Chambers, because they are joining from London, England, is Hannah Mays-Frenette, who is joining us from Operational Research and Health Limited, or ORH. So Hannah is online as well. I think it's the afternoon in London. So good afternoon, Hannah. I have these. So before we get into our first report and presentations, I'd like to provide a few general updates on the paramedic service in general. The first being provincial funding and some very positive news that's come from the provincial government over the last few weeks. We've received an increase in our land ambulance service grant for 2023 in the amount of about $370,000. As you know, the province funds roughly 50% of the paramedic service budget, and the way that that's calculated is 50% of the previous year's council-approved operating budget. So there is no reconciliation of actuals or expenses for that given year, and as such, our funding always lags about a year behind. So that $370,000 is very positive, good news for the department for the 2023 year. It doesn't quite make up the 50% cost share, but is good news nonetheless. With large efforts from Deputy Chief Golden, the service was successful in its application for a dedicated offload nurse program. I know that news has been shared with all of you and will receive an investment of up to $195,000 between now and March 31st of 2024. That investment is to put a dedicated resource in the emergency department to offload a number of patients coming in by ambulance. That person will probably be able to absorb about 4 to 5 non-serious or moderately ill patients until an emergency department bed is available. You'll hear from Performance Concepts, ORH, and ourselves this morning that offload is an increasingly concerning issue locally, and we're very hopeful that this is going to help to mitigate offload delay and return ambulances to the community faster to be more available for emergency calls. So that is good news all around. The last of the provincial funding updates is in regards to community paramedicine. You may or may not be aware that our community paramedic program is funded by two sources. There's an umbrella that is long-term care, which is really the bread and butter of our community paramedic program. It supports patients in our community that are waiting on long-term care placement. And then there's another umbrella that's everybody else. So they may not be waiting on long-term care, they may be a palliative patient, they may be mental health and addiction outreach, and that program is funded $365,000 a year. Both of those pockets of money or funds have been funded on a one-term basis, so year to year. We received news that the $365,000 would become permanently base funded within paramedic service. So that's really good news. It doesn't have an expiration date, and we can move forward with the security that those funds are going to continue and be 100% funded moving forward. On another note, the paramedic service undergoes service review every 3 years. You may have heard of this. It's very similar to an accreditation or an audit process. Our land ambulance service review is scheduled for October 3rd and 4th of this year. So along with a lot of other projects and initiatives that we have going on, the team is diligently working to prepare for the service review team that will be on site on October the 3rd and 4th. More good news. Each year, the Exemplary Service Medal is awarded to paramedics in Ontario that have at least 20 years of service and have performed their duties in an exemplary manner. It's awarded by the Governor General. It's not just a long service award. It is, there has to be demonstrated evidence that those individuals have contributed to the profession, that they have been ambassadors of the industry. We were off track a little bit during COVID with the Exemplary Service Medals, and Superintendent Autumn Campbell was very gracious to get this initiative back on track. We have 7 staff that will be receiving their 20-year medal at an awards ceremony in Collingwood later this month. And we have an additional 2 staff that are receiving the distinction of the 30-year accommodation. So they'll receive a bar along with their medal. That awards ceremony will happen later this year at Queen's Park. And we want to congratulate Greg Murphy and Mark Oliver for that accomplishment. It is not a small feat, and we want to make sure that that's noted for a job well done. That's okay. Oh, we have to go back. There we go. So just briefly, I do want to provide an update on the Paramedic Service Headquarter project that we have going on. Currently, we're meeting with the team bi-weekly on the functional design of the building. So this is just a general layout so you can kind of see where we're at. We're in Q3, Q4 of 2023 working on that schematic and design development. We're starting to see that project come to life. We're starting to see drawings on paper and looking at the functional design and how that building is actually going to come to life. It's quite exciting. And following that design development, we'll be working with the consultants for construction estimates and site approval, which will be moving forward, and more updates to come. So into one of our reports that you have in front of you is regarding the master plan refresh. And the service in the city is committed to continuously monitoring our performance and looking for system improvement opportunities wherever they may be. And part of that was in the development of the 10-year resource and facility master plan that was completed in 2021 by Performance Concepts Consulting. The master plan was developed to best prepare both the department and the city to meet the future needs and challenges of the community, and also to make sure that we were aligning our resources with that demand, to meet the demand. It's also important to note that the master plan was developed to provide evidence and information back to the department and council to really make sure that we're informing the optimal investment and what exactly those resources look like. So when we go back to the original master plan that was brought forward in 2021, there was a bundle of key recommendations, and I just want to go over those briefly before we get into a master plan refresh, or the work that's happening right now. So the first recommendation is restructuring coverage and improving system performance. And there's quite a few items listed there. I'll just go over a few of them. The first being negotiating cross-border service agreements with other services that are responding to calls within Kawartha Lakes, and where required, looking at common deployment strategies or complementary deployment strategies with bordering services, and that specifically was looking at the southern corridor of Kawartha Lakes in the Pontypool-Millbrook area. A recommendation was also brought forward to sequence the transition of Pontypool coverage to Oakwood, and we're going to talk about that more in a little bit. And conducting an analytic reassessment during the first quarter of 2022 to look at the appropriate hours of more coverage in Lindsay. So I want to say that the analytic reassessment in 2022 was not complete and is part of the work that's being done now in 2023 that will be presented in draft to you today. The second grouping of recommendations is in facility modernization, so work that is being done already on the Lindsay facility consolidation, acquiring Oakwood, building a new post and transferring Pontypool. And both A and B are to happen earlier in the master plan phase, earlier in that 10-year period, whereas item 2C, rebuilding Fenland Falls Base or looking at northern deployment, is later in that 10-year term. With call volume increasing exponentially and just having overall increased demand for paramedic service, we need to continuously look for opportunities to flatten the volume demand curve. What can we do proactively? Part of that is executing a 911 public awareness campaign, educating the public on when to call 911, and really advocating for permanent and stable community paramedic funding, which we've received the announcement earlier that at least in part that's moving forward. The fourth and last recommendation is, again, part of the reason that we're here today, is to provide our annual report card or our annual performance targets for the service and really give you that deeper dive and look at how our paramedic service is performing to give you a better idea of where we're at in terms of service delivery in the community. Lost my page there. So the paramedic service master plan not only includes retrospective data, but also looks at drivers of service demand. And what drives service demand in the paramedic service is population demographics, age, socioeconomic status of a population, but also population growth. And we really wanted to make sure that, given the significant and projected growth in Kawartha Lakes, that we were on the right track. It seemed like we had a very unusual 2 years during the pandemic. And then, given all the growth, we wanted to go back to the master plan consultants to make sure that that plan was still valid, that we were on the right path, and that at least in the short term, we were making the right strategic moves and plans to make sure that we were meeting that demand within the community. So given that, we have gone back to performance concepts and asked for a few different deliverables, and the three main bullets are listed in front of you in that green or teal color. So upgrading the data set. So our master plan included data pre-2020, and we really wanted to make sure that we incorporated 2020 to 2022 data within our recommendations or our plan. And looking at an updated demand forecast. So what does that demand forecast actually look like when we incorporate that data set? And what is the population forecast that's emerging for the city? We have seemingly this whole own entity and separate division that is constantly evolving in the community paramedic program. And we wanted to go back and do an evaluation of that paramedic program and see what kind of impacts it was having on call diversion, and again, if we were on the right track in terms of expanding program for the community with the community paramedic program. So given that, there's two different components of the master plan refresh. There's the complementary deployment strategies and cross-border analysis that Hannah Mays-Frenette is going to be speaking to and presenting on from ORH. And then directly following Hannah, we're going to hear from Todd McDonald and John Pernot from Performance Concepts. It's two different components, so it's two different presenters. Given the nature of delivery, I would welcome and ask for questions in between those two presentations, just having those presenters on the line and just for flow and continuity. Okay, so I'll turn it over to Hannah from ORH.
Thank you, Sarah, and good morning, Mr. Mayor and councillors. I do have a presentation to share. I believe it's going to be shared on your end. Thank you very much. If I could get the next slide, please. So yeah, good morning, everyone, and thank you for your time today. I'm here to talk to you about some work that we've done collaboratively with Peterborough County City Paramedics as well as Kawartha Lakes Paramedic Service. So I'm going to just give you a little bit of introduction and background to what we were asked to do. A couple of analysis highlights from that work. I don't want to linger on those too much because Performance Concepts will have much more detail to go into in their component of the presentation. And then I want to talk you through some of the impacts of the future scenarios that we modelled through and what we mean by modelling and summarise at the end. So if I could have the next two slides, I think, please. So just as a bit of background, so we are a small consulting firm, ORH. We're based in the UK, and we work with, similarly to Performance Concepts, we work with paramedic services to help understand how the services can best use resources and facilities, and typically over a 10-year period. So back in 2016, we did a 10-year master plan for Peterborough County City Paramedics, and they made steps down that recommended development path over the last 5 years. So we were then brought in again last year and into earlier this year to look at updating that plan from the perspective of Peterborough County City Paramedics, noting that Performance Concept had undergone a similar master plan for Kawartha Lakes in 2021. But while we were doing that review for Peterborough, what we were asked to look at was the opportunities for shared deployment strategies across both Peterborough and Kawartha Lakes. So from Peterborough's perspective, particularly in Cavan Monaghan, where significant development was anticipated that hadn't really been anticipated back at the time of the original 2016 review. And obviously down in Cavan Monaghan, that's having impacts on the South Kawartha Lakes area. If I could have the next slide, please. So the objective of that updated review, as I said, was to relook as a whole at Peterborough, 5 years after the original master plan, but identify specifically optimal service locations across both Peterborough and Kawartha Lakes. So the key deliverables there were to undergo a detailed operational analysis of both services, to update demand projections for Peterborough, taking on board the demand projections that Performance Concept had worked through for Kawartha Lakes, look at those optimal locations, and then understand what the vehicle requirements were for the different optimal locations. If I could have the next slide, please. And the next one as well, please. Thank you. So just a couple of these key analysis highlights here. So what we've got here is a map with the green, blue and red circles being the different locations of calls that are actually coming in across the sample period that we looked at. Green being calls that were responded to by Peterborough, blue being calls that were responded to by Kawartha Lakes, and red being calls that were responded to by Durham. There is a bit of other cross-service, cross-border workload, but Durham's the main other contributor into Kawartha Lakes, so hence the focus there. And just a couple of things to draw your attention to on this map. Firstly, is there's clearly quite a lot of red circles on the west, along the kind of west border of Kawartha Lakes and Durham. So there's quite a bit of support currently or over the last few years from Durham into the Kawartha Lakes area. And the other thing, given that we're going to be focusing on cross-border opportunities between Peterborough and Kawartha Lakes, is that down the south, so in Cavan Monaghan of Peterborough and down in South Kawartha Lakes as well, there's actually, we're not seeing, even though Pontypool is the closest resource at the moment to Cavan Monaghan, we're not seeing a whole load of blue responses into that area. And you can see down near Pontypool, we do have red and green as well. So although Pontypool is there, because it's the first, when resources drop elsewhere in Kawartha Lakes, because it's the first resource to be pulled into cover, although we do have a resource deployed there, it's often spending its time in other locations, and Peterborough and Durham are often responding into that area already. If I could have the next slide as well, please. Again, I don't want to kind of go into the detailed analysis too much because Performance Concepts will update you on all of this. But this is just a graph that is showing the different, what we call call components. So each element of the call. So from the time the call comes in, say to the time the vehicle is mobilised, the time they arrive on scene, get to hospital, spend time at hospital, and so on. And so we've got a set of bars for each of those call components. And the different coloured bars are the different years. So we've gone from 2016 through to 2022. And I'm sure Performance Concepts will have the same kind of messages for you, but what we are really seeing both across Peterborough and Kawartha Lakes, but actually even more so in Kawartha Lakes and Peterborough, is an increase in time on task for every call. So not only have we seen, demand increasing, but the actual time that the vehicles are having to spend on each call has been going up. And that's largely driven by some increases in the time spent on scene, but a lot of it is about the time spent at hospital. And that's something that is not just affecting Kawartha Lakes and Peterborough, something that we are seeing across Ontario and globally with our clients, the clients as well. But clearly those things are going to be compounding over the last few years there. If I could have the next slide, please. And this is just a summary of the population and demand projections that we built into our updated review. So as I said, we were doing this review towards the end of 2022 and early 2023. So at the time, we were basing it on data from 2016 through to 2022 and on the Performance Concepts outputs from their 2021 master plan. So for Kawartha Lakes here, we've built in the projections from Performance Concepts. Now, I know they will have a thing or two to say about how these might change over the coming years. But this was the kind of percentage that we were looking at the time that we did this work. So between 2021 and 2031, for Kawartha Lakes, we were looking at an increase of about 47% in demand and 14% in population. And we always see demand increasing at a higher rate than population because there's all of those other factors, the aging population, the wider healthcare system, lack of access to primary care and so on. If I could have the next two slides, please. So the first thing we did in terms of optimal locations, apologies, there were a couple of animations originally on this, so you would have been able to see the map on the left more clearly. But we looked at coverage of current response locations, and then we looked at, if we take Peterborough and Kawartha Lakes as a whole, where would we best place response locations? And we have a kind of optimization model that we use to determine that. And what that map is showing is from each of the recommended response locations, and the one faintly behind on the left-hand side, the green is where you can reach from a station, green, orange and red, in different kind of time buckets in where you can get to from each of the stations. And what we found during that process was that taking the south of Kawartha Lakes and Cavermonaghan, that an optimal location would be placed in Millbrook. And that was good news, because Peterborough were already following along the path of potentially opening a station at Millbrook. If we kind of fix that Millbrook site in place and assume it is going to go ahead, we then looked at, okay, where would the next new location in Kawartha Lakes be? And we found that that was in Oakwood, so that was reconfirming the results of the Performance Concepts master plan, where they had recommended moving Pontypool to Oakwood. And we did do a look at some of the other stations as well, but generally the optimal sites were near to existing stations. So the key things there were Millbrook to cover Cavermonaghan and the south of Kawartha Lakes, and Oakwood to cover that kind of west area where we'd seen quite a lot of support historically from Durham. If I could have the next slide, please. So just before I talk about the actual results of the modelling, just a little bit about what we mean at ORH when we talk about modelling. So we have a simulation model that's called AMSIM, and it is a discrete event simulation model, and it basically simulates the entire life cycle of the operations of a paramedic service. So it's set up with all of the information that we've collated from the analysis in terms of where's demand coming in, what type of demand is coming in, what time, what resources do we have available to us at what locations, and the model basically replicates all of that. So it acts like a virtual replica of operations. An all-knowing dispatcher, when a call comes in, it decides what vehicle to assign. And so when we model all of that, what we get out of the model is things like the response performance and the vehicle utilization and the patient flows and so on. And so we can use that model to test various changes to the different input parameters to understand what might happen in the future. So there's a big process that goes on initially to set up a base position that reflects current or historical operations, and then we use it to test future scenarios. And just behind that text is a little screenshot of what the model looks like, and it's got all the detailed geography and time and call components and travel times built into it. If I could have the next slide, please. So after setting up the base position, the first thing we always do is what we call a do nothing scenario. So the horizon year when we were looking at this project for both Peterborough and Kawartha Lakes was 2031. So we initially just load the model with the demand projections and say, let's assume there's absolutely no changes to station locations, no changes to resource levels, no changes to, say, time at hospital or time on scene. That's all kind of capped at the 2022 level. But what if we put in the demand projections that are anticipated? So we model through those demand projections, but we don't make any other operational changes to the system. What you can see in those tables below, so this is performance impacts out of the model. So we've got the percentage of instants that receive a response within 8, 10 and 20 minutes for Kawartha Lakes and Peterborough, and also the average response time in minutes and seconds. So the blue table on the left is showing you the actual achieved results for 2031, assuming demand increases. And the purple box on the right is the difference from our base position, which effectively reflects the current position at the time of the review. So we can see there's quite a considerable degradation in performance if we do absolutely nothing and the demand projections, are accurate. About a 7.7% reduction in 8-minute performance for priority 4, the highest priority category of call, and about not far off a 2-minute increase in average response time. So going from, just over 9 minutes to 11 minutes, 45 seconds there. So then, of course, we look to see what can we do to offset that demand increase? Because clearly the current resources and the current locations are insufficient to offset that demand increase. If I can have the next slide. So we introduced those optimal Kawartha Lake sites, so moving Pontypool to Oakwood, as well as some of the other recommendations from the Performance Concepts Master Plan in terms of consolidating the Lindsay Station, changing Coboconk to a base, and Fenelon Falls moving slightly to the new proposed location. Because this model takes account of both Kawartha Lakes and Peterborough, we were also making some location and resource changes within Peterborough. So that includes opening that Millbrook location, which they plan to have a 24/7 vehicle resource. And there were a few other resource enhancements across Peterborough. But the main thing in Kawartha Lakes was the locational movements and that Millbrook, the support from that Millbrook 24/7 resource. So now those tables at the bottom show the impact in 2031 of having those new locations in Kawartha Lakes and resources in Peterborough. So if we take the Kawartha Lakes line, we're basically almost back to base position performance. So previously that impact on 8 minutes was about 7.7% reduction. Now in 2031, we're at 0.8% reduction and only an average response time increase of 15 seconds. So making those changes is almost enough to offset the demand projections, but there are a couple of caveats to that. So the first one is that I know Performance Concepts will be talking to the fact that there are some anticipated projection changes, that weren't able to be taken account of in the original 2021 plan. And I think, it's intensification. So that demand projection could potentially go up, in which case, performance would be getting worse. And the other element is that we haven't modelled any changes to the core components through to 2031. So at the moment, the trend for time at hospital and offload delays is increasing. We've capped it in this modelling at 2022 levels, but it may well increase further. And again, obviously, that's going to impact performance. If I could just have the final summary slide. So the key takeaways from our modelling that we did across Peterborough and Kawartha Lakes is that the current resources and locations were not sufficient to offset the anticipated demand that's expected over the next 10 years. We've identified that Millbrook location as being a really good location to service South Kawartha Lakes and Cavan Monaghan, and that was close to the kind of planned location that Peterborough were looking at, and reconfirm those Performance Concepts recommendations in terms of transitioning Pontypool resources to Oakwood, given the coverage provided from Millbrook. And if we do implement those recommendations along with the Peterborough recommendations, then the majority of the demand increases will be offset. But obviously we need to caveat with the fact that we're about to look at the changes to the demand projections and potentially the time on task. So that was the end of my slides. So welcome any questions, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Lots of information there. Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, and thank you for the presentation. I think for all of us, looking at the map where you've indicated where the calls are, coming from, one quick question that comes into my mind. I know there's a delay with that Millbrook base being built right now, and I was wondering if this is going to impact how we move forward in the next year. And I also recognize, us moving that Pontypool station over to Oakwood. When you look at how many Durham calls we are getting on that west side of Kawartha Lake. So I was just kind of curious with that delay, if that's in the equation. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So yeah, that's all kind of built into the optimization process and the modelling. So work is underway, I believe, on that Millbrook location. I think the chief can speak to the timelines on that and on the thoughts for the move to Oakwood. But yeah, that's all taken account of in that planning process.
Thanks, Hannah. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Deputy Mayor, the Millbrook base is going to be delayed. We've been told late into 2024, perhaps early 2025, for that construction and occupancy to take place. None of these deployment changes would take place until Millbrook was fully operational.
Thank you, and that's just like I said. I mean, we're moving forward, and it's a great report. I just, we have those outside circumstances that we have to take into consideration. So thank you for that update.
Councillor Warren, Councillor Joyce, and Councillor Perry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the information. It's great. With the diminishing access to primary care and closure of rural hospitals like Minden, although it's not in Kawartha Lakes uses or did use Minden Emerge. Have you seen a trend at all in the last, month or so after the closure? And northern areas, about 3 different municipalities. I'm thinking of Kinmount, although it is smaller, but they need coverage also. So that's my question. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, there has been some modest changes and observations in terms of more transport in the north back into Kawartha Lakes to the Ross Memorial. The impacts have not been significant to our service that we've seen to date. Not to say that, with seasonal volumes and those sorts of things, we won't see those changes, but there's been some modest and minor observations on our part.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, my question is great data, great presentation. Thank you. We're projecting a 14% increase in population to 2031, and then you said 47% increase in demand. But that includes other factors such as lack of primary care. So that leaves 33%. I got a couple questions. So besides primary care, what would other factors be contributing to this 47% increase in demand?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I can't talk specifically to the Kawartha Lakes because those projections were done by Performance Concepts, and I'm sure they would be able to answer that more directly. But I think they use probably a similar process to what we use in Peterborough, and I can talk generally to what we've observed in other places as well. So we always see demand going up at a higher rate than population. So in particular, there's 3 kind of factors that we tend to think about. Now, there's the wider health system factors that we know play a part, but it's very, very difficult to quantify, find data on that. But what we tend to do is we collect age-based data because we know that age is a significant driving factor of paramedic demand. And it's not just that 14% increase in population, but it's the fact that we're adding 14% of population and we're also aging the existing population. And actually that factor of aging is much bigger than the factor of increasing. The two compound effect, obviously, but actually what you don't see in that 14% number is the shift. And I know Performance Concepts are planning to talk to that as well. The other thing we do see is an increased rate at which people call for paramedic services. And we see this pretty much globally. So even if you imagined if you had the exact same 1,000 people in 2031 as you have now, those 1,000 people are more likely to call more often for paramedics in 2031. And that's the kind of element that is related to that wider healthcare system. So lack of access, worsening conditions, perhaps, that we can't pinpoint, but we can see from the historical data that rate has been increasing over time. And we tend to see that in every age category. Everyone is calling more often for paramedic services than they used to. That's quite a common trend that we would see. So those are the kind of 3 key things that translate that 14% into the much higher demand projection number.
Very interesting, thank you. Because if we take the 47%, remove the population increase, it represents a 33% increase in demand due to an aging population and lack of primary care. And if I could wave a magic wand and solve the primary care access part, we could really collapse that demand down. So, okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Let me know if you figure that out, will you?
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Councillor Perry.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you, Chief, for the presentation today. All very helpful and important information for all our residents. I remember I want to commend you for sure, and all of EMS in Kawartha Lakes for the community paramedic program. I remember a few years ago in my office when I was still with the family health team, we were charting that territory, and it was touch and go for a while. So congratulations on what it's become, and a special recognition of the family doctors that have stepped up to champion that program as well. Just really briefly, you mentioned in your presentation that the dispatch, or the center rather, that is going to be in Fenelon Falls has been delayed to the outer marker of the 10-year plan coming up. Could you mention kind of where in the 10 years that might be factoring in at the moment?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. I'd have to go back and look at the timeline. I'm thinking the last 3 years, about the last 3 years of that 10-year facility and resource master plan.
And that begins today, or was that 10 years from 5 years ago, or is that 10 years from 2 years from now?
That would be 10 years from the date of published, which was 2021. So the plan went out and was projected to 2031.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Sarah and Hannah. Thanks for your presentations. Just a question on the when I recently went out on a shift with the EMS. It was very educational, and the majority of the calls were to long-term care facilities, and even the paramedics said that, you know, this does take a lot of resources. Is there any way that these facilities can, for lack of better words, chip in a bit more, and even if they're, you know, if they're privately owned, obviously most of them are, but they're obviously taking most of the demand of the resources that we have. Is there any way that, you know, we can partner with them and perhaps they can contribute more financially to our system, because, you know, that's where most of the calls are too right now at present anyways, but and they take more time too, because you've got to go up different multiple levels, and patients are more elderly and need more care and more time. So and time is money. And so have you looked into that to see if that might be an option for them to partner with us financially?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Ashmore, there hasn't been a deliberate reach out to form a formalized agreement. There's constant conversation and collaboration about how we can mitigate the number of responses, and usually that's healthcare within those long-term care facilities, primary care physicians, the ability for diagnostics. And I think that should be something that everybody is looking at in terms of a long-term care issue. But we know that long-term care homes are a primary driver of service. We frequent most of the locations regularly. But in a roundabout way, no, there's been no direct or formalized agreement with those long-term care homes.
Thank you.
Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple questions back from your presentation. So we're getting a grant of $195,000 for offloading nurse. So that's one nurse, or would that be two nurses to cover each other 24 hours?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Warren. That's for one resource, one person, 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. That was the funding model.
And just a little bit of history back when ambulance did go to long-term care and then transported them for doctor's appointments, imaging, and that sort of thing. So now we have community care and other private companies that, I think they're private companies, I'm not sure, that are doing that, which allows ambulances to go to emergencies. So can that be enhanced somehow? As Councillor Ashmore, was alluding to, so our ambulance service is not tied up with long-term care as much.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So I'll talk about that more in our key performance report, the department's performance report, and talk about those volume measures of non-urgent patient transfers, which is quite low. And one of the reasons for that is that agreement with Community Care for transportation. So I'll talk about that and the impact that it's having, but it's very efficient and doing quite well in terms of non-urgent transport. The problem that Councillor Ashmore is referring to, I think mainly, is those 911 calls that we're not able to get ahead of.
But that could all be, looked at too, because they're different levels of emergency. So is there any way to, obviously code 4 is going to be, ambulance, but maybe different codes that aren't as, urgent care instead of emergency care, I guess.
And a perfect segue to dispatch modernization, which is happening in the background. So the goal of that objective is to, instead of having the limitations of code 1, 2, 3, and 4, which is the way that ambulances respond to calls, either non-urgently or urgently, there'll be a wide variety of codes that are relayed when a paramedic is dispatched. So instead of the high frequency of calls where paramedics are responding lights and sirens, the whole goal or the objective of dispatch modernization is to reduce the amount of code 4 responses or the lights and sirens responses and actually dispatch an ambulance more appropriately. Yeah.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for your presentation today. A couple comments is that I live fairly close to the hospital in Lindsay, and when you drive by and you see 5 ambulances there sitting waiting to unload, it definitely is concerning. So I'm really, really happy that steps are being taken to get the ambulances back out on the road for a timely manner. So it's really nice to hear that, that we're doing something to unload the patients and get them in, and getting those ambulances back in position to do their job. So that $195,000 will definitely come in handy for that. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more questions, so if you'd like to move on.
So at this time, I'd like to call John Perneau and Todd McDonald to provide an overview of the master plan refresh draft findings.
Thank you, Chief, and good afternoon, members of committee. Mr. Perneau and I are pleased to be here to reacquaint you with the work that we have been doing under the leadership of the Chief. We have a pretty thick slide deck here, so I'm going to have some pace. We're going to move through the ones that are basic, and then we'll slow down and do a little more fulsome review where it seems to make sense. So without further ado, so we'll start with system performance analytics. These are the kind of analytics that underlay a lot of the work we did in the master plan, and this is part of our revisiting exercise. Thank you. So we'll start with the basics, call volumes, and of course we're moving across a number of years here from 2015 to 2022 with the code 4 dispatch calls in red, the code 3 calls in that mustardy terrible color. And of course, what you're seeing here is increases in workload from before COVID and through COVID. And of course, as we're starting to emerge now, we all hope, from COVID, we're seeing steady increases in both dispatch code 4s and 3s. Thanks. Now, these are code 4 returns. And to the point about dispatch, the current dispatch service over triages everything. More than 3/4 of the calls come out as dispatched code 4s. These are the code 4s that once the paramedics put eyes on the patients and triage them, go back to hospital without delay, lights and sirens on. And you can see the significant differential here in the number of calls that return as code 4 versus those that went out as code 4. And that is what MPDS and dispatch reform is trying to get at, to have more accurate patient triaging on the way out that corresponds to the way they come back. Thank you. These are our calls by month, and so we've adjusted the data here to show you what the calls look like through the year. There is seasonality. We see consistently across those years at the bottom that there is a measurable peak in the summer months, not surprising, in a place like Kawartha Lakes. It is not a mind-blowing spike, but it is nonetheless a measurable uptick that we see in summer months. And it is what it is. Thank you. Next. And by day of week, a little bit higher over time for Saturdays, but again, nothing here that would drive some sort of day of week deployment changes, but nonetheless interesting to see. Thank you. And these are the code 3 and 4 calls by hour of day. And this is where things get interesting. And this curve that you see is very common across Ontario. EMS curve with low activity overnight, building activity through the day to sort of peak of day numbers, and then a small fall off as we get into the evening and later evening hours. Nothing particularly surprising about this. You would see this in our work in any number of Ontario jurisdictions. Thank you. And in this case, we are looking at 2022, moving forward from a base year to the most recent year. The values at the top of the curves have gone up, reflecting demand increases in overall, workload increases, overall, but the shape of the curve is relatively intact. Thank you. And this is an interesting graph, and it makes reference back to the point that Hannah made when we talk about ambulance being a service that is driven by what we call the aging tsunami. And healthcare across pre-hospital and hospital healthcare is being driven by the demographics of the country, by baby boomers and back-end baby boomers like myself moving into the prime age cohorts that drive demand. And so it's not just population growth, it's the fact that the population in the demand engines of the older age cohorts are also going up demographically. So we have this combined impact of population and aging. And of course, the sociological question of sort of propensity to call services. Again, very difficult to pinpoint exactly why that happens. A lot of people watching a lot of television shows, structural issues in the healthcare system broadly are driving that propensity as well. Next, thank you. So when we move from calls to the real work in service time, this is an important concept for you to grasp. So call gets dispatched, in service time clock goes on. This is the time that the paramedics are engaged directly in patient-centric work. And we can see here what the in-service time looks like by different age cohorts. So not surprisingly, the aging tsunami drives the calls, and the aging tsunami also drives the work. Thank you. And then finally, this is the average in-service time per call. The last was total time. This is the time per call. And, we're seeing the perfect storm here. More calls in the aging tsunami, more work done, and more work done for old people per call. And, we are not finished yet with the demographics of the aging tsunami. I was born in 1961. It's one of the most frequent birth years in the country. I'm 62 years old. There's a lot of people my age that are headed into those population cohorts that are going to generate call volumes as we move forward. Thank you. So on to system busyness. And, system busyness, I want you to understand, it's a fraction. It's the work done over the number of paramedic resources we have available to do the work. And so what you're seeing here is, growth in 2022 to, that's pretty startling growth from 27% of overall utilization up to 32%. And you might look at that and say, well, we're only 32% productive. What you need to understand is that when we start trending much over 40%, the relative positioning of our ambulances becomes a problem. They are so busy pinballing from call to call that eventually we get a call where everyone's pinballed out of the location, and we start to look at response time erosion. So this is a base number that ambulance services need to watch very carefully moving forward. And there is there's a red zone of system utilization or system busyness that we need to be cognizant of as we move forward. Thank you. So again, we take system busyness and we look at it, in this case by day of week. No mind-blowing differences there, nothing that would influence the way we deploy. Thank you. We looked at it again by month, and again we saw, some moderate, slightly higher levels of peak system busyness, but again, nothing that would augur for, significant redeployment based on seasonality. Thank you. And then we get into one of these really super interesting, super important graphics in 2022 in this case, where we're looking at system busyness by hour of day. And so remember, this was the 32% average, but look at the variation. So we start to see at peak levels in the late morning and across much of the day, we're trending up close to 40%. And then we have these concerning spikes around hour 20, where we're up well over 40%, and in fact, peaking at 50. And there's a good reason. Why don't you speak to that, the reason why?
This is service-wide.
Yeah, this is the service-wide number. Thank you. Now we get into sort of a station grouping sort of look at this. So then we get into the Lindsay-only stations. And again, we see, that 50% number at hour 20 is up at 66%. At hour 19, way up. Those numbers at hours 19, 20, and 21 are very high and somewhat concerning numbers. You can see the peaks, again, are sort of trending into the high 30s. We need to keep a close eye on those numbers as growth in the aging tsunami continues to push them upwards. Thank you. And then the rest of the system outside of the urban Lindsay piece, you can see these levels of utilization are very high because many of these stations are sort of single vehicle stations. And again, we can see system-wide outside of Lindsay, we can certainly see peak levels of utilization that are trending up towards the, in just sort of touching into the red zone of peak hours above 40% that could have risks associated with response times. Thank you. Offload delay. We heard about the offload delay nurse. The timing is none too soon for those expansions when you see what this looks like. So these are, this is the total offload delay time after we cut out the first 30 minutes. The first 30 minutes is time that's normal, quote unquote, normal delay time. These are minutes beyond those first 30. And you can see there has been an explosion of offload delay problems associated with 2022. A lot of this is province-wide. It has to do with flow inside hospitals. Hospitals are also dealing with the aging tsunami inside their walls. And, this is an ongoing problem with system performance. And, is driving a lot of the utilization numbers that you saw. Those high utilization numbers trending to 40% and beyond, a lot of it has to do with time sitting in hospital beyond the first 30 minutes. Oh yeah, John makes the point. We've got this differentiated by hospital, so yellow is Ross, and so you can see the MAID in Kawartha Lakes reality of some of these problems, rather the experience directly in Kawartha Lakes. And I would caution you to think that the offload nurse funding is some sort of silver bullet. That program has been around for a while. Our experience is that what typically happens is when emergency departments get crazy, it's all hands on deck for any of the patients, and the quote offload nurse becomes another quote nurse to deal with the flood of work. And the focus and the mandate on offload becomes just taking care of all the patients coming in the door. And so we need to be realistic about this. Offload delay designated resources have been around for a while, and they haven't proven wildly effective at sort of flattening that curve yet. Hate to be the cold bucket of water on that, but the resourcing is good, and we'll have to see what effect it has. Thank you. On to response times, and basically and these are code 4 calls, code 4 dispatched calls, and of course what we're seeing over time in 2021 and 2022 is an increase in the average response times in the system, and in 22 average response times system-wide going over 11 minutes for the first time, very close to 12 minutes. Thank you. In this case, we are looking at code 4 response times.
This is just Kawartha resources.
Yeah, I should have said the previous chart was all the calls that happen in Kawartha Lakes, regardless of which ambulance service provides the service. Now we have defaulted to just the calls that your paramedic service deals with. And you can see the difference in, from 12 minutes, we're down under 10. And of course, what that shows is in one part of the coverage area where we're depending on other services, it just takes them longer to get there. So where we have soft holes in our response deployment and we require service from elsewhere, that service is generally slower. Again, not surprising, drive times are longer, and when we're dealing with the calls from our own deployed locations, we're doing better. Thank you. And again, when we look at response times by hour of day, we can see these fluctuations, complex set of factors that are driving these average response times across the various hours. And again, the late hours of the day where we saw those spikes in UHA, system busyness, we're also seeing spikes in response times. Thank you. And again, those were all calls regardless of who was providing the service, and this is the same graph except with just Kawartha Lakes ambulances providing the service. And some of those problematic spikes are still problematic, but they're a bit quicker than they were, reflecting those calls that we're requiring others to respond to. Thank you. So this is, we need to spend some time here. This is a major risk factor that the municipality has to consider. And this is what we call the zero unit problem, the code black problem, if you want to think of it that way. When our system is so busy that all of our ambulances are on calls and we don't have coverage in reserve. And what we're seeing here across these years is the number of times that we hit zero available units. Now, that's not to say if there's another call that we can't free a unit up. It's simply to say that we're at a point where we don't have a unit immediately available for the next call. This is a risk problem. And you can see that when we move from that 2020 number of 220, that number has more than doubled by 2022, where 417 times, more than once every day, we hit zero levels of unit availability or beyond, where we're queuing where we're queuing in a deficit, where we actually have calls that situations where we don't have resources available. So, you know, you don't hear about this in the police world where there are no policemen available if we need a policeman. But we do hear about this in ambulance world. It is a common trend across the provincial system. But this is a very concerning escalation that we see here from 220 to 352 and up to 417. This is the number of times it happens. Next, please. This is the amount of time we spend at those levels when they happen. The curve is depressingly similar, but you can see that we have, while we've doubled the amount of times it happens, we have tripled the amount of time that we spend at those concerning levels in 2022 versus the numbers that we saw in 2020. So again, this is a different manifestation of the risk problem. The previous slide was how often we hit the risk problem, and this is how much time we spend at the risk level. Thank you. And this is, again, this is the hours of day when these problems are happening. This is the time that we spend at that risk level across the year, across 2022, by the hour of day. And again, you can see we have a late night, very early morning problem. You've seen that trending across all the slides we've been showing you, all the data sets. And obviously concerning. And on to the next slide. Now, we were talking about a risk profile in the previous slides. This is when, the slot machine comes up and the risk happens. So these are the number of code 4 calls that come in once we're already at 0. So in 2020, all those times we were at 0, most of the time, we dodged a bullet, we dodged a bullet, we dodged a bullet. These are the bullets we didn't dodge. This is when we had 50 code 4 calls that came in when we were at 0, and then moved up to 100, and then up to the 131 that we see at the top. And so these are situations where no ambulance was available, and a code 4 call comes in for an ambulance. So clearly that is we've moved from a risk profile to actual adverse high-risk events. Let that sink in for a minute. That number has more than tripled since 2020. And next slide. And when those events happen, this is the unfortunate situation we find ourselves in. These are the response times to those code 4 calls when when they come in after 0. And you'll recall that on average, 10 to 12 minutes, depending on which version of the average you use, is what drives our system-wide response times. But at this level, you can see when you hit 0 in 2020, the calls were at about 13 minutes. When you hit 0 in 21, they were at sort of 14, bordering on 15. And then when you hit 0, when you're in 2022, the calls are up around 17 minutes. So 131 times, we had a code 4 call that had an unacceptable or unsafe response time of 17 minutes. And that is 70% higher than that average of 10 minutes. So those are very concerning events, and they happened, again, 131 times in 2022. So that is something, these are the chinks in the armor. And this is some of the analytics data below below the ORH analysis that you saw about making some facility changes and some location changes. This is this data set is nonetheless underneath that. We have to have close regard for it. Next, thanks. So analytically, the observations are pretty clear. Post-COVID, system activity is on the upswing. At the peak hours of the day, system busyness is trending upwards towards maximum acceptable levels. We haven't hit them yet on an average peak hour of the day, but we are definitely moving towards them. We know that offload delay problems are escalating significantly. It spiked in 2022, and there's It's an open question about whether that's going to moderate or not. And then these code black metrics, these calls at zero, that those are very concerning, and there in fact is identifiable public safety risk associated with that. And it's our professional opinion that a resourcing ad, i.e. a 12-hour car that would quickly transition in the second year to a 24-hour car, is essential just to push back at the analytics trends. That's not necessarily to drive system performance improvements. It's a purely defensive measure to push back at the impacts of the aging tsunami of population growth and propensity to call more often. So I should probably stop there for a minute and take any questions from members of council about the analytics before we move forward and talk about system demand.
Thank you. Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, actually, I thought we were going to end at system demand, so I had a couple questions coming up, so I'll leave those. Sure. The only thing about this I wanted to mention was the public piece. The chief mentioned the whole 911 earlier, that would be, educating the public on when to call 911. Yeah. Sounds like such a simple thing. And it was interesting in our house because we went through these just because I was fascinated by the data. I actually quizzed my wife and my 17-year-old son on quite a few of these charts just to see what they would think would be the answers. And we were astounded. So the public, what seems to you as the normal patterns, we're not surprised by this. We see this across Ontario, 11 o'clock in the morning spikes, etc. We found it pretty fascinating that I bet the average citizen, to your point of educating the public, they're also probably not aware of when and what demands are actually happening within the EMS. And that's on us, as I'm having conversations. But I found that very interesting.
Yeah. I mean, to your point, Councillor, the public, these are busy people, they're out making a living, they're not EMS analysts. Their expectations are quite clear. When they call 911, they expect an ambulance to show up promptly and consistently in a time frame that they find acceptable. And, the system is challenged across the province in meeting that core public expectation.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Good presentation, however scary. Is this the code black scenario, is this province-wide or more specific to our municipality? That's my first question.
It's a province-wide phenomenon. The exposure to code black occurrences differs from system to system. Typically, Kawartha Lakes is in a position where you've got population growth, you've got the aging tsunami, and you've got this propensity to call 911 growth. So you've got all of the factors layering onto each other that are driving your numbers. Some places have call volume growth without population growth, just the aging tsunami and propensity. So the demand equation differs from place to place, but this is not uncommon. And there are multiple jurisdictions that we can quote that are hitting code black multiple times a day. So this is not good, but it is not the worst. And it is a province-wide phenomenon.
Also, looking at your analytics, getting busy from, let's say, 8 to 11 in the evening, would it make sense to have offloading help in the evenings up to that time frame, if that's an issue of time later in the evening?
I would defer to the chief on the question of when to efficiently deploy resources through the day. The chief is the expert in that regard. What we are able to do is provide a snapshot of the overall system analytics and what is happening at particular hours of the day. So I would defer to the chief on the question of hour of day sensitive deployment decisions.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, that trend is multifaceted. So the majority of it relates to the hospital shift change around that time of day. So their resources decrease and they're trying to come on shift. And a lot of times our ambulances, if they're not serious when they come in, they get held for when shift change happens and those people are in positions to absorb and take patients again. Our resources also drop down, by 2 vehicles in the evening, which is also why we're seeing those volumes go up, because it's still busy through the day and we're losing vehicles because they were day shifts that are coming off of shift. So when we're looking at mitigating solutions like offload delay, the hour analysis is very important to put them on over that traditional period rather than just a 7 to 7, whether it be a 10 to 10 or an 11 to 11, to cover off that peak time that we're seeing these surges in offload delay, and as a result, code 0 or code black.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I got a couple questions, and when you're at 0, is part of that due to lack of staff or just purely lack of the truck?
There's a lot of factors going into hitting 0 utilization. Some of it may be scheduling related. We saw that when we looked at the time of day of the code 0 incidents, but they do happen across the day, and so some of it is also driven by system busyness. And it's a combination of those factors. When resources drop off, of course, the remaining resources can be utilized and consumed more quickly. And so some of those issues are driven by what's going on in hospitals. Some of it is driven by the scheduling realities, as the chief said, of having our resources available at the busy times when we need them to work, and we run out of shift. And some of them are driven by flow issues inside hospitals. So there's a convergence of some pretty complicated factors behind those numbers.
Okay, but there'll be some instances where the truck is there, but we don't have the staff to drive it.
Sorry, Chief, I'll let you speak to that.
We have 7 vehicles through the day, 5 vehicles at night. So around that 8 o'clock period is where we transition from 7 vehicles to 5. So, when there's some additional challenges and system pressures around that time of day, it only makes the situation worse. And we're seeing that spike around the 8, 9 p.m. area. So the service does have spare vehicles in its fleet. We can call in additional staff, but our traditional staffing model is 7 vehicles through the day, 5 vehicles at night.
Okay, so sorry, is it, just to ask the question again, is there some instances at 0 we have the vehicle, but we just don't have the staff resources to drive the vehicle? Does that occur?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it does.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And this is a very interesting statistic here. We have, this is in round numbers, 8,000 calls, code 4 is going out, but the paramedic makes the assessment when they get there. Oops, I skipped over too many slides here. Oh, darn, I lost it.
About 900.
Yeah, about 1,000 coming back. That's in round numbers, 10% are truly code 4s. So that is there a way we can better assess a code 4 going out? So when we do hit 0, we can better deploy and focus on real code 4s versus those that really should be code 3s or 2s.
So to the question, and I'm sure the chief will be more diplomatic than I am, we have a dysfunctional dispatch service in the province of Ontario that over dispatches from a risk point of view by the provincial dispatch service. They don't want to make the mistake of calling an emergent call, calling an urgent call an emergent call. So this made at the province dispatch system basically calls everything an emergent call. And then it gets sorted out by the paramedics on scene. And so we are over dispatching the acuity of the calls. Code 4 call volume, dispatch call volume drives resourcing decisions that municipalities make with paramedic services. The chief was quite correct when she noted that when we get MPDS in place and we have 5 dispatching categories that actually reflect real differences in patient acuity, and we do a better job at dispatch, you'll be able to recalibrate your resources for the most serious calls in a more profound way. MPDS is used everywhere in North America except the magical province of Ontario, where we had to come up with our own system that clearly has not been serving optimally. So that's the non-diplomatic answer from a third party. I'll let the chief respond as she sees appropriate.
I think we'll leave it at that.
Yeah, well, thank you for your frankness, because I really see that as a key piece there to, in terms of resources, the 131 there's another question, is that 131 on the return or going out that we're at zero?
That's a very good point. Those are code 4 dispatched calls, the 131. So if the rule, but you know, and Councillor, to the point here is we can't be sure. We can't be sure in that batch of 131 calls that only 10% of them are actually code 4 returns. And so we can't
be perfect, but if we can at least cut it in half, that 8,000 become 4,000 code 4 is going out. It's still 1,000 coming back, but now we're right 20% of the time instead of 10% of the time.
So I will say that over dispatching of the system is consistent across the province. We see this all the time. 10 to 12%, 10 to 13% is sort of the the sweet spot of actual code 4 returns. And so dispatch reform is really important. We positioned it in the master plan as one of the important demand management factors. In the second half of the plan, as we saw it, once MPDS came into place, you would be able to thoroughly reevaluate how you deploy and what the adequacy of resources are. So it could be a game changer. It's not coming up anytime soon. And when it does, it'll be a positive impact.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your report. This question might be for the chief. Is there any metrics that we keep track of for return calls to the same address? For example, if we went to the same address, 14 times in 3 months, is there any type of metrics for that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, there is. Usually we'll only look at it when there's a noted frequency. So if we have a community paramedic patient, for example, or some that would be eligible for that, usually that comes from our staff to say, there is a patient at this address that we're going to multiple times. Whether they're going to hospital or not, it becomes something that we all want to work together to try to figure out to support the person better at home. And usually that's where our community paramedics will step in.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, with I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to suggest, with your indulgence, recognizing the finite time that you have available, I was going to suggest that maybe we quickly, expeditiously cover the demand forecast, if that's agreeable to the chair.
I have. Apparently it's okay. Go ahead.
I appreciate that. So let's move on. Thank you. So we know what's going on in Kawartha Lakes. Performance Concepts does a lot of work in the municipal development approvals area, helping municipalities streamline development approvals. We know what a minister's zoning order is. We know how this government is using minister's zoning orders to try and drive their version of a response to the housing crisis. And so as we move through this forecast that goes all the way out to 2046, we understand the need to basically forget everything on these graphs that happens after 2031, because it will be a complete game changer. If Lindsay 2.0 proceeds, it'll be a complete game changer to a lot of the work that you see here, but we don't see unserviced lands becoming service lands and driving growth much before 2031. So we think the first 10 years of our forecasts are reasonably intact. So what you see here, driving the demand forecast, of course, is population information. These are, this is Ministry of Finance, official Ontario government population projections. You can see the colors are all the different age cohorts. Those age cohorts are important because, of course, the aging tsunami is a real thing. And you can see what that population growth looks like. And you can see from the color-coded reality that the aging tsunami is a real thing and will continue to be as we move forward with those lovely pinks and purples. Thank you. This is the aging tsunami we've helicoptered that piece of the previous slide in here to let you take a glorious look at it. And again, you can see that regardless of what happens with the MZOs and what the age are of people that move into Lindsay 2.0, we are nonetheless looking at significant growth in the aging tsunami patient cohorts right up to 2031. This is not going away. As I said, back-end baby boomers like myself are going to move into these cohorts, and this impact is going to continue to show itself as we move forward. Much higher per capita likelihood of these population cohorts to turn into patients. Thank you. So this is the call forecast, and again, ignore everything beyond the bracket. That's all yesterday's news, and I know your staff team is working hard to make sense of the implications of the MZOs. But this portion, not impacted by MZO growth, shows significant expansion of call volumes, projected calls, requests for service, with all factors. And what we mean by that is populations included, historic population growth trends, aging tsunami impacts, as well as that sort of magical propensity to call more often for ambulance resources that the population seems to be steadily exhibiting. So there will be significant call volume growth over the next 10 years, even putting, the recalibration of MZOs aside. Thank you. Call volume is going up, but more importantly, perhaps even than call volume, is that workload is going up. The in-service time with patients is going to go up, and in fact, at a slightly higher rate than the call volumes, because more of the calls are going to be associated with older people who take more time per call to deal with. So again, we're seeing significant increases in the in-service time required for the service over the next number of years, the next 7 or 8 years. Thank you. So, the demand forecast, short and sweet, it's escalating due to the factors we just talked about. Call volumes are going to rise, in-service time is going to rise. Beyond the purely defensive pushback resources we referred to with the analytics, there's going to be additional resourcing adds that are going to be required before the MZO growth materializes. Station repositioning will help. We think there's still a strong possibility of net new resources being required. The analytics that we have looked at, the chief will be able to track those on an ongoing basis, some of those peak hour of day numbers, which could be the triggers for some of those future resources. And of course, the MZO growth is a game changer that really is going to require a whole new master plan. It's going to require a whole new master plan, probably in that 26, 27 timeframe, about 5 years before the first service units from those MZOs start coming online on the far side of the river. So this is going to be a citywide challenge, a master planning challenge for water and wastewater, for fire, where we've been honored to work before, for EMS. Fortunately, your CAO understands this issue completely, but there is nothing in the near term that forestalls any of the recommendations we've made or the analytics that we've executed today.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. When I read the first 50 pages or so that we're at, those two bullets really were the point in the first 50 pages for me. That when I first saw on page 64, I think it was the MZO, the first MZO 10-year projection, I thought, man, I'm not so sure, especially being in Ward 5. And then I saw 68, and there's your point right there, is that regardless of those projections being possibly minimal in terms of the impact, the planning needs to happen now in relation to those MZOs. To the second point, the master plan, I had a question. I know that Fleet is one of their asks in the 2024 capital budget will be for funding for a new master plan. So they're not free, they're not cheap. Will we be seeing, this is for the chief, will we be seeing this fall some sort of an ask from the paramedics for this new master plan projected in 2026, or will that be possibly held off until 2025, 2026? Just a bit of a heads up if we might see a funding ask for a new master plan.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, the work that we're doing right now was an additional, there was some money left over from our original master plan that was carried over to this work. But the additional work that will be required once we know more about the growth management study will be held until we have a better idea on timeline. But I don't know if the CAO has anything else to add on that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, I think you're spot on. In the immediate term, this is the major leap forward, but also taking into account our pandemic and potential growth experience. So I think the message is more the next 10 years. It's not that it's a problem. It's that we're identifying that the planning that we did up to this point recognizes that sort of leap, but there is a definite leap within 5 years once we know better figures and better sort of geography and trends, how that's going to leap us forward. So we will be bringing forward in a future year budget a master plan refresh for this.
Just before we go to more questions, I'll get a motion that the presentation by Sarah Johnson, Paramedic Chief, John Perno, Todd McDonald of Performance Concepts, and Hannah Mays-Frenette of Operational Research in Health Limited regarding the Paramedic Service Master Plan refresh be received, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. Can I have a mover and seconder? Deputy Mayor Richardson, Councillor Warren. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you. Now I have Councillor Warren, followed by Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple quick questions. Many years ago, we did the PAD program, Public Access Defibrillators. So could that be expanded? And with that, also educating the public on what really, is an emergency? I think there needs to be education, a component to all the changes going forward. That's one of my questions.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, that the PAD program is overseen by Deputy Chief Lucas, and then the public education is overseen by Superintendent Campbell. So I'm speaking on their behalf. The PAD program oversees about 220 sites, public and private sites around the city of Kawartha Lakes, which is a very large number. So I think it could always be expanded, but I think that we've saturated those sites as it stands right now, and it's ongoing maintenance, changing batteries, et cetera, of those locations. And the public education program is ramping back up post-COVID, so getting into schools, out to public fairs, those sorts of things, and teaching first aid, CPR is very important. Always room for expansion and improvement, but I think that those programs are doing very well.
And further, just a statement that I think we need to lobby AMO to push the Ontario government to change the call codes levels. And do you know if that's happening at all? If that seems to be one of the salient problems from listening to your presentation today is that. From the Ontario government.
By way of information, through the councillor's observations, the province does have a rollout schedule for moving from the current system to MPDS. I can't comment on why it's taking the amount of time that it seems to be taking. But the province is in control of that rollout, and it's a multi-year rollout that is taking more than 5 years, closer to 10 years. And I can't understand the acceptance of those timeframes, but those seem to be the timeframes that the province has committed to.
Just as a note, the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus made a presentation to Minister of Health and Long-Term Care about that very issue. So it was included in a whole presentation on paramedics. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whoever could answer the question. When we talked about demographics and the aging tsunami, did we ever look at the fact that when more people are coming into this community, you have more immigrants, you have more younger families, so actually our age median average may in fact be starting to go down because of immigration and younger people who move here. Was that factored in at all or even considered? I know we have the baby boom and getting older and all that, but we also have immigrants coming in here, coming from the GTA or coming from outside of the country, coming right to here first, which is great. And we also have younger families, and that brings the age down too, and thus the demand for emergency services, specifically EMS. Does that factor into any of your forecasts at all?
The short answer is yes, but with a lag. To the extent that the census covers the existing distribution of the age cohorts, between census, things can change. And of course, then the subsequent census recovers that. Now, the numbers we use obviously are from the most available census. We're still pretty close to that data. I think, Councillor, where your question to me becomes fascinating is when those MZOs come into effect and it becomes time to build Lindsay 2.0, what is the age profile going to be of the new residents of the municipality? Is it going to change or skew the distribution of population across those age cohorts? Are they going to market the new housing solutions to 55-year-olds living in Riverdale? Or are they going to market those housing solutions to 32-year-olds living in Stouffville? I mean, I think that question of how that age cohort will change with the insertion of a new city is an interesting open question for the demand forecast, and I'm glad right now that I don't have to figure that out, because that is a bit of a known unknown.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Perry, followed by Councillor Yeo, and then Councillor Joyce.
Just very, very briefly, moving forward, Chief, following up on a question from Councillor Warren earlier. Health, human resources are a huge issue. Recruitment, retention, especially given the labor shortage we're seeing, especially across the province. With this new dimension coming up and new demand over the next 10 years, how's recruitment going for EMS professionals? And what plans are in place for addressing any challenges or gaps or shortfalls? Thanks.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, recruitment is a challenge. I think in Kawartha Lakes we're still doing quite well. It is a desired place to work. We find a lot of local students that are taking the program and wanting to come back to the area to work. So we have that going for us for sure. And I think the fact that we're delivering both ACP or advanced care paramedicine, primary care paramedicine, there's lots of opportunities here. For the first time in my tenure, we're actually attending a job fair coming up in the fall, getting out there and talking to students as to why Kawartha Lakes is a good place to work. And I think it's important to go out and present to those colleges and to the students that are looking for employment, because we want to make sure that we're speaking with those potential employees early and bringing them into the area. We're still getting good numbers for when we put out for recruitment. That's a good sign. And we need to continue to bring those applicants in so that we have really good people to choose from.
Thank you. So no staffing shortage problems at the moment or on the horizon, more preventative and proactive approaches on your part at this stage. Is that fair to say?
Recruitment is ongoing all the time, but we're doing well. There's few vacancies, and we're probably in the best shape that we've been in the last few years.
Good to know. Thanks so much.
Councillor Yeo.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. And I apologize for being a little late. I feel a bit like a cold flu today. That's why I'm at home. But I missed the very first of the presentation. But I'm wondering, my question revolves around first responders. Understanding this is a paramedic service presentation. Are the numbers skewed any when you take into account our fire service being first responders to sites? I guess that's the question. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, could you clarify your question?
Yeah, I'm wondering if the response times are skewed at all, if you take into account the actual first responder on site and not being a paramedic, but being somebody from the fire service as the first responder. Or is that totally nothing to do with these numbers?
That's not within the scope of the data that you're seeing. You're seeing a paramedic response only.
Thank you. That answers my question. Thank you.
Councillor Joyce.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Through you, Chief Johnston, are you going to continue the presentation on your key performance indicators, or is this it?
I'm hoping to. Yes.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
Okay,
Lots
I'll
of
hold back
questions,
my-
which is good.
I have more questions, but I'll just wait till you go through that. I'll probably answer them. So I'll hold back. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll move on. Item 4.1.1, the report EMS 2023-006 Paramedic Service Master Plan Refresh be received, and that the recommendation, analytics, metrics, and forecasting contained in Appendix A and B to report EMS 2023-006 specifically reports completed by Ontario Research and Health Limited, ORH, and Performance Concepts Consulting be incorporated and included in the Paramedic Service Master Plan 2021, and that this recommendation be brought forward to Council for consideration at the next regular Council meeting. I have a mover and seconder. Councillor McDonald, Councillor Smeaton. Chief, did you want to say anything about it before, or we're good to go? Okay. All in favor? And that's passed. We'll now go to item 4.2, which is the Paramedic Service Operational Key Performance Indicator presentation. And Chief Johnson, and thank the folks from Performance Concepts for coming this morning. Appreciate your input. Thank you.
Okay, so moving on to the next report that's in front of you, and recognizing we have you until lunchtime, we're pleased to be bringing forward something that you're likely used to seeing, which is our annual performance or a report card for a paramedic service. And that has typically been limited to an discussion around response times. And that forms a piece of what we're going to be talking about, but it was expanded considerably last year under Chief Mello's leadership to really take a deeper dive at our system performance. Take a really good look at what we're doing well and highlight some areas that need some more attention. So we're hoping that the suite of performance indicators is helpful. When we look at comparator data across the province, it's really important that we form our own benchmarks here in Kawartha Lakes, but that we're also comparing to other services that are similar in geography and in composition. There isn't a whole lot of comparator data across the province, but when we look at standardized reporting metrics, we look at the Paramedic Chiefs of Canada, who's developed some key performance indicators. As well, more likely a familiarity to yourselves is something called the Municipal Benchmarking Network of Canada. There are 6 EMS key performance indicators that have been included throughout this report, and I'll highlight those as we go through. Just for information, there's about 10 services out of the 52 in Ontario that contribute data to the MBN. So it's not all, but it is a snapshot. Oh, I need to wait for the click. So I'm not going to go rehash information that's been covered by Performance Concepts, but I do want to look at a few slides and look at our vehicle assignments. So this is all codes 1 through 8, so it includes our standby related calls. And what I'd like to draw your attention to is the yellow and red component of those bars indicates the call volume for patient interactions. And we can see that trend overall increasing. What the service did was we responded to that increase in call volume by decreasing our amount of standbys. So when our crews are occupied with patient-related calls, it makes them less available to move around and be available for the next call. So you'll see a decrease in that green bar, which is our number of standbys. So I just really want to make it clear that the number of calls increased. As a result, we decreased the number of standbys. If we take out those standbys and just isolate the patient call volume, we see an increase in 2022 of about 2.8%. There was a very large spike in 2021, and that was felt across the province, but we've stabilized in 2022 to about 2.8. The 5-year average rate of increase is about 4.15%. Deputy Chief Golden is going to cover response times just at the end. Given that there are some councillors that may not be familiar with our response time reporting requirements, Jamie's going to cover that at the end of this presentation. This is a measure of a volume measure per capita. So if we look at the top right, that's the volume measure for our urgent or emergent calls per 1,000 people. It's essentially the propensity to call 911. If we look at the bottom graph, that's the volume measure of our non-urgent calls. So as Councillor Warren indicated, that's a very low amount of transfers or non-urgent calls that the service is doing. I can say this number is low. We're quite busy and not overly available to handle or absorb transfers. But we also have a formal and financial funding agreement with Community Care to assist with the volume. If we go back to the top right, the urgent or emergent calls per 1,000 population, or the propensity to call 911 within Kawartha Lakes, is higher. It's about 174 per 1,000 population. I haven't clearly marked it, but the MBN average or mean is highlighted in that black box. So the MBN mean is about 127. There's lots of influencing factors why our population calls 911 more. The demographics, the age, the availability of resources outside of calling 911. So that's for us to go back, have a better look at, and try to constantly mitigate, whether it be community paramedicine, working with our partners to ramp up community supports to make other services available and not just 911. Utilization measures, I think that we covered this at length, but our system utilization rate, or our UHU, is calculated a little bit different than performance concepts. So you might see some modest differences in the numbers if you're comparing their data with ours. I think what we need to focus on is the trends, that we're creeping up very close to the standard industry rate of 35% utilization, which is considered the acceptable range of system busyness. I do want to highlight in the bottom right graph is that code 0 or resource level 0 rate. I want to make it clear that the time spent with 0 ambulances does not mean that no ambulance responded to a call. An ambulance responded to a call, but it might have been an ambulance from another municipality, Peterborough, Haliburton, Durham, or it could have potentially been that we brought in additional staffing. What is likely in that case is the calls that come in thereafter when we're in code 0 are likely to have a delay in response time. So that's what I want as a take-home message. Somebody responded to the call, but it was likely to result in a delay. The amount of time, again, there's some modest differences, but we have about 27 minutes a day that we're spending in code 0. It's not infrequent. It's about a half an hour a day that the budgeted resources are not enough. And that's something that we need to look at when we're going into additional budget cycles and additional asks for more paramedics, to get more paramedics on the road to service those calls. This slide references cross-border volume. So if we look at the slide or the graph in the top right, the green bars indicate the calls that are done by Kawartha Lakes, the calls that Kawartha Lakes do in other municipalities. So when we're going into Peterborough County and servicing calls, that's indicated in the green. The calls done by other municipalities in Kawartha Lakes is denoted by the red. So I know it's a lot of data this morning to take in. I'll try to explain clearly. 2021, again, was this really abnormal year. If we look at our overall 5-year trend, we're seeing both of those values increase on average by about 2% over the 5-year period. So we're relying on services more to service our calls, and we're going into other municipalities more to service calls. This one, I think we've talked about a lot this morning, but this is the amount of time lost in hospital or spent in hospital, and it's also can be a measure of offload delay. So it's a fairly complex graph, and there's lots of information on it. The first bundle of information, or the first set of bars, is the average time that our paramedics are spending at hospital. The second cluster is the average offload time. The third and fourth cluster are our 90th percentile of time spent in hospital and our 90th percentile of offload time. So if we take all those, 2022 is shown in that blue color on the slide, but what I do want to focus on is that what we're seeing is just an increase in amount of offload delay. And shown in that third cluster is this really significant section of really lengthy offload delay. So we're talking about spending time in the hospital in that 1 to 2 hour mark on offload. If we equate that to an amount of time and financial measure, we're looking at about 68 days total of time spent on offload delay over that 30-minute mark. And that equates to about $373,000. So, I think it's a priority for us. The offload delay nursing program is not going to be a magic wand, but I think it is going to be a helpful tool for us as long as we continue to work with our partners at the hospital. Offload delay is a very complex issue. It's a multifaceted issue. It relates to staffing, and though it's a hospital problem, it becomes a community problem, and it becomes a paramedic service problem. So it's going to require all hands on deck to try to address. And one piece of that is offload delay nursing. When we talk about measures to celebrate, I think this is one of them. This is the advanced level of care capture rate. I think that we could say with confidence that this is one of the highest in the province, and that's in large part because of council and the city's commitment to invest in advanced care paramedicine in Ontario, or in the city of Kawartha Lakes. So if we look at the graph on the left, that looks at how many or how often emergency responses receive an advanced care paramedic, and you're seeing that number in blue. And the graph on the right shows you how often our most serious patients are transported with an advanced care paramedic. Those paramedics are able to deliver an enhanced scope of practice and a higher level of care. I think that we're doing incredibly well in this regard. It's something to leverage, something to celebrate and be proud of. If we transition for the last few data slides into finance or funding measures, this shows 3 versions of a financial measure. The top cluster is operating cost per unit hour, which is where we're going to focus our attention. The middle is operating cost per event, and the bottom is operating cost per capita. The operating cost per capita obviously increases with wage and inflation. The operating cost per event is usually directly correlated with call volume. So as call volume decreases, we see that cost per event increase slightly. And operating cost per unit hour. We have seen a marginal increase from 2021 to 2022. We're operating at about $229 per unit hour. That number remains lower than the municipal benchmarking network mean of about $241. Again, it's something to celebrate, something to leverage, and something to take note of. This slide could maybe be more accurately renamed as a fleet measure. But when we look at our fleet and overall cost, you can look at the top right. The fleet maintenance is shown in the blue part of those bars. In 2022, it was about 25 cents per kilometer for our maintenance costs. And our total operating costs, including fuel, maintenance, et cetera, is about 59 cents per kilometer in 2022. We're seeing an increase there, a marginal increase from 2021. There's lots of factors that influence this, fuel costs, for example, and our fleet is aging. We're having a hard time securing ambulances. We're back into capital projects from 2021. So we're 2 years beyond what our normal replacement schedule was. And with that, we have fairly significantly costly repairs like transmissions and those sorts of things as we're extending the age of our fleet. The bottom graph on the right indicates our incidents or vehicle collisions. I want to be clear that this could be anything from backing into a garage door and avoiding larger vehicle collisions, but the trend is upward, and something that our training division goes back and looks at and says that there's a need or it's warranted to deliver more training in terms of vehicle operation. The paramedic service has started to look at measures and metrics that include carbon emissions. As an emergency service, we shouldn't be exempt from our environmental and social responsibility to keep an eye and monitor our carbon emissions and find mitigating strategies. The numbers have been quite static for us. Our vehicles are large and they're aging, so there's some influencing factors that we don't have control over. But the ones that we do have control over, such as anti-idling technologies, for example, are ones that we're installing and have been installing in our fleet. As well, our community paramedic vehicles that are an SUV style of vehicle, half that fleet was just procured as with the hybrid option. So full electrification is not far away, and it's something to keep an eye on, even in the emergency service world. The next measure is patient satisfaction. This is a really passive approach to what we're looking at, and this is simply the amount of complaints per 1,000 responses, as opposed to the number of commendations per 1,000. The story is good, but I think that we need to continuously look for measures that are engaging for our patient population, whether that be through patient survey, to really gauge what the expectation is and that we're appropriately meeting it. So the last two slides deal with occupational health and safety and human resources. What we're seeing is the number of incidents, both lost time and not, are on the rise. What is very concerning is if you look in the bottom, I don't know, oh yeah, this one, the bottom left, and that's the average lost time rate per claim. And what we're seeing is when somebody from paramedic service is off with lost time, they're off on average about 1,584 hours, which is about 3/4 of a year. We know that physical and mental stress claims are about equal for our department, but we also know, and there's lots of evidence coming forward, that the longer somebody's off, the harder it is to get them back to work. So this is something that we're paying close attention to and finding opportunities for improvement and mitigation. I will say that the number is on the rise. We have a very, we have a lower number of incidents, generally speaking, in paramedic services, but the amount of time for a claim is longer. So. I think it was Councillor Perry that was asking about recruitment and paramedic practitioners. Our service staffing levels were increased by 4 paramedics in the middle of 2022, and that has shown a positive impact or some relief on our utilization rates, but we do consider to see, or we're still seeing that resource level 0 rate continuing to surge. Our training hours have been restored to pre-pandemic levels, which is good news on all accounts. So just summarizing the information that was in front of you and in front of the operational key performance indicator report, we're finding that demand for service is increasing. We had that large spike in 2021 and a more modest increase in 2022. Just to reiterate that the increase in frontline staffing levels certainly helped. We're seeing less reliance on cross-border service, which is very good news, meaning that our mobile deployment strategies are useful. But our resource level 0 rate is continuing to increase. In terms of our financial performance, our per capita cost increase is below the annual CPI. And remains below the municipal benchmarking network, which I think is good news. Our lost time injury rates require attention as something that is continuously a priority for us. But the high quality of care that we are delivering to the community is something that we should be certainly proud of. Our fleet operational cost will come out at the end of 2023, but we're likely to exceed our budget for our fleet operational cost in terms of budget expectations, mainly due to those maintenance costs. And stakeholder satisfaction as we move into next year, really coming up with meaningful ways to engage the community and really make sure that we're clear about what the public's expectation is and that we're meeting it on all accounts. So that's it for my formal presentation. Deputy Chief Golden has a few slides on response time. So if we could move to that, and then we'll take questions following, if that's okay with you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, but first we'll, I think we'll do the receive on your presentation. So I need a motion that the paramedic service operational key performance indicators be received, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. Deputy Mayor Richardson, Councillor Ashmore. All in favor? And that passes. So we'll now go to Deputy Chief Golden for a presentation on the paramedic service operational key performances, and I think he'll go right into the response time performance plan as well, and then we'll do the questions, okay?
That's great. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Council. Again, my name is Jamie Golden. I am the Deputy Chief of Professional Standards with the Paramedic Service. First, I would like to mention that presenting our response time performance plan is typically not as formal as it is today. Today we figured that we'd have enough time, and I guess I'm speaking out of turn by saying that right now, but nonetheless, we thought that it would be a great idea, because a lot of the councillors are newer to this process, that we would be able to have an opportunity to explain our process for performance plans and what that means to the council. We thought that just because this is something that we do have to submit annually, that you as the council will have to approve this, that this is why today would be a good day for us to present this. As an ambulance service, it is mandated by the Ambulance Act that an annual response time performance plan be developed prior to the 1st of October each year, and the municipalities are then required to approve the plan and submit this to the Ministry of Health before the end of October. Our plan has been outlined in the report EMS 2023-007 for you, and this plan must set response time targets for things like calls like sudden cardiac arrest, CTAS 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 patients requiring these emergency responses. The Ministry of Health assists each ambulance service with this process by setting the time criteria for sudden cardiac arrests, which on this little graph here, you can see at the very bottom, it says sudden cardiac arrest is less than 6 minutes. So the ministry is stating that we would like the ambulances to respond to these sudden cardiac arrests within 6 minutes. Additionally, they would like us to respond to all CTAS 1 patients in less than 8 minutes. However, in addition to this, the municipality is then responsible for setting percentage targets, which would be attached to those timelines that have been set by the ministry. Our percentage targets set for sudden cardiac arrest patients is at 25%. So what this is essentially saying is that we will get to sudden cardiac arrests less than 6 minutes, 25% of the time. Additionally, we've set a 50% target for all CTAS 1s. So we will get to all CTAS 1 patients less than 8 minutes, 50% of the time. So additionally, the municipality then is solely responsible to set percentage times that a paramedic arrived at the location of a patient determined to be CTAS 2, 3, 4, and 5. So we are actually essentially responsible for setting the time limit and the percentage requirements. So looking here at the one graph that we've presented for you, the time criteria is identified on the left-hand margin and the percentages are listed along the bottom. The targets that we have set are outlined in the black boxes, and you will notice that as the beginning of September, we are actually exceeding all of our targets that we have set. The sudden cardiac arrest response for less than 6 minutes, 25% of the time, is actually sitting around 30%. And you'll notice that in the actual report that I think it was around 40%. But what I do want you to understand is that these numbers are always changing. So I got these numbers 2 days ago. So we're constantly watching how this is evolving. CTAS 1 target set at less than 8 minutes, 50% of the time, and we're actually just under 60%. As a performance marker, this is very positive that we are exceeding all of our targets. So you can see on this graph that all of the red markers are actually beyond the black boxes, which means that we are actually doing quite well. Some of our deployment changes have assisted in meeting our response time performance, and some of those are enhancements to the north, where we now have a 24-hour truck in Cobeconk. We have a fully staffed 12-hour car in Pontypool, as well as the addition to our community paramedic program. It is our recommendation at this time that we maintain the response time targets outlined in our plan while continuously monitoring department performance, reviewing deployment options, and improving performance. As the number one priority of the Kawartha Lakes Paramedic Service is to provide the best possible pre-hospital clinical care to the residents and visitors of the Kawartha Lakes, and to do so in the most effective and efficient methods. Now, this slide I added just because I'm a very visual learner. I like these, this graphic a little bit more, but essentially this is the same information that was just presented in the last slide. What this visual does, though, is it actually identifies the two toggles off to the right of each graph, and you'll notice that one of them is designated for the percent target, the target percentage, as well as the number of minutes that we will get to these calls. So where you can see the target percentage is identified in the time, as well as the examples, you can look at the sudden cardiac arrest. So the reason why we look at these numbers and these metrics, if you look at the sudden cardiac arrest, see if I can get this to work. So this top left, you'll notice that the time set by the ministry is less than 6 minutes, and we have set the toggle for our percent targets at 25%. What I do want to draw your attention to is that there was actually only 58 calls. So only a few calls can actually skew the data quite significantly. So if we were to have 4 or 5 more calls come up north of Cobeconk and we don't have a truck in Cobeconk, how that data, you know that we're going to take a lot more than 6 minutes to get to that call. So that's why we have to continually be monitoring and evaluating how accurate our numbers, meaning our percentages and our time frames. So a special note has to be taken. Although we are mandated under the Ambulance Act to develop and submit these response time performance targets, our performance plan is really only really one set of metrics that establishes measurable outcomes for the service. I do know that in the past, our service has focused all of our attention delivering the response time performance plan as our only metrics for funding, for budget, for service updates. And hopefully what you have realized of all the graphs and all the numbers and all the charts and all of the talking at you today is that really this response time performance plan is only one set of metrics that actually gives you a much better analysis of the system that we work in. So realistically, what I want you to know from this presentation is that this is something that we will present to you, not formally like this every year. However, this is something that you as a council will need to approve, and then we will submit this to the Ministry of Health each year. But thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. So we'll just do a couple of housekeeping things here, and then we'll get to the questions. We need to receive the report, so that report EMS 2023-005 paramedic service operational key performance indicators be received, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. Mover and seconder, Councillor Yeo, Councillor Perry. All in favor? And that's passed. I also need paramedic service response time performance plan presentation by Jamie Golden, that the presentation by Deputy Chief Golden, professional standards regarding the paramedic service response time performance plan be received, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. Councillor Warren, Councillor Deputy Mayor Richardson, all in favor? And that's passed. And then finally, the 2024 response time performance plan, that report EMS 2023-007 2024 response time performance plan be received, that the 2024 response time performance plan RTPP as outlined in Table 1 to report EMS 2023-007 be approved, that staff be authorized to submit the 2024 RTPP to the Ministry of Health under Part 8 of Ontario Regulation 257/00 made under the Ambulance Act, including response time performance targets, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. Mover and seconder, Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Perry. All in favor? And that's passed. Now, questions. Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you. Thanks again for the overview today. That's a lot of reports, and I know one that always sticks out in my mind is that that service key performance. When we, flesh out those things, we know that we need to work harder and try to find some movement helping you when it comes to that 911 modern dispatch that we need to do. Offloading is a critical issue, the lost time with our own human resources, and just recognizing those increased demands. Another thing that I do want to say is we are the second largest municipality with 540 kilometers of roads. That's a big area to cover. But we're doing it well, and we have some amazing team members, and we've got our community paramedicine, we have our advanced care, we have so many things going right for us. So my question is, I want to keep investing in our paramedics. What do you see as the bodies that we need to keep moving forward just for, next year, 2024? What do we need to do as a council to support you, because we're supporting our residents?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Deputy Mayor, I appreciate those comments. We've requested 4 additional paramedics for 2024. That would be 2 primary care, 2 advanced care. Part of the analysis of performance concepts would be really detailing when is the best time to add that resource. But I think that the ask or the request or how we can support each other is making sure that our resources are suitable to meet the demand. And right now, I think we're doing a really good job at some of those mitigating factors, but we really need to ramp up and have some support for our frontline medics. They're busy. The volume is unmanageable some days. We're dealing with downstaffing and people are less likely to want to come into work, recognizing what they're coming into. So we need more staffing enhancement.
Thank you. Councillor Smeaton.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would just like to say, first off, that I'm going to save a few of the questions I have because of the time, and it's a good segue to thank the chief because they're available anytime we have questions anyway, and that includes this weekend, so thank you. I mean, this is a team that if we have questions for, they answer, all the teams, but, and thanks for that. It was a big document to digest over the week, and I needed help, as you know, and she helped, so that was great. And that just proves the point of how efficient this service is to council, not just in the council chambers. On page 73, one thing that was interesting to me was non-urgent call volume remains very low. This is a result of deployment plan strategies as well as, and this was something I wanted to point out, as the significant volume of patient transfers accommodated by community care. And I just want, that's another celebration, I think, of that platform that we're beginning with Ontario Health Teams. And it puts an exclamation mark on why council's role is somewhat minimal with that paradigm. And I've had good chats with the CAO about that as well. But this is just another example of the teamwork that's going away from, not away from brick and mortar, but people are starting to catch on a little bit to how this, you know, some of the answers to the critical problems we have in the health system are creative solutions. Things are starting to shift a little bit. And that bridges to my last point, which is on page 76, the utilization rates that you mentioned are clearly flirting with the 35% theory that's out there in your field. And that just supports that invisible infrastructure piece that we're often referring to, right? I mean, there's that low-hanging fruit that we always hear about of fixing roads, right? And, you know, the infrastructure that I hear from constituents in Ward 5 far more is, do we have the capacity for all these different things? So I think it's clear that the vast majority of people are correctly shifting their concerns to not so much the proverbial roads with potholes, and they're rather, I'm hearing a lot of constituents with the, you know, do we have the capacity for the vehicles and services that travel on those roads? And I think that was really clear in this report too. Thanks.
Was there a question there? Well, okay. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, through you. This is a question. Quick question is that, do we help other municipalities?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we do.
And do we have some kind of metrics of where that affects our ability to do the job here? Do we know where that is on our metrics?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, that analysis has not been done. If we have a resource in another municipality, what does the situation look like with being a vehicle down in Kawartha Lakes? I can say that there is a formalized agreement with Haliburton County for calls that are serviced in our area, and that's something that Corporate Services is pursuing cross-border with other services, particularly Peterborough County at this time, to compensate for services that are delivered outside of the city of Kawartha Lakes.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to know if that affected our zero time response. If any of that time that we had, we were helping other municipalities, and that's kind of what I wanted to point out.
I would be speculating. I would assume that it would to some extent. The volume of which I don't know.
Thank you.
Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and I ditto the Deputy Mayor's comments. It was a really great report. And I have a bit of background, but I learned a lot too, so I really appreciate that. Just a couple quick questions. Our community, how many community vehicles do we have that roam around, paramedic vehicles?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, are you speaking of community paramedic vehicles?
Yes.
So we have a fleet of 8.
Wow. That's good.
Seven, sorry. A fleet of 7. We have 7 full-time paramedics. That program is supported by one superintendent, Superintendent Campbell, and we have a partial administrative assistant as well that works behind the scenes, coordinating some other things. So it is its own little division and entity becoming its own service, but we have a fleet of 7 vehicles.
That's amazing. I remember we just had one, so that's amazing.
Is it horse-driven?
Yeah, horse-driven, yes. So those folks, those paramedics can do clearance on code 4s, I would assume, that they could get to a code 4 if we're in a black situation, code black?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, those vehicles are not counted in regular deployment. If we have an emergency, for example, or need immediate staffing, that's where we would fall back to the community paramedics. But the way that we have that program set up is if they were pulled into deployment every time we didn't have an ambulance, they would almost be doing all of that work and none of the community paramedic work. So they'll respond to a code 4 if they come across a code 4, but typically in a day, they have a schedule that they respond to patients proactively and do those house visits throughout the day.
Finally, our first responders through fire service, so when they come across a code 4, like they are first responders, and I don't know, Councillor Yule might have hit on this, whether they could clear a code 4?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, they will generally wait for paramedics to arrive. Chief Jones, I don't know if you have anything else to add to that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the council. Ideally, we wouldn't have the authority on a medical call, maybe an MVC or something where we might get there and there absolutely is no injuries, but on a medical call, unless, yeah, it would have to be, you know, almost just a totally, no, you don't need to be there, because technically they need to be signed off, you know, by the paramedics that they won't transport, so, yeah. Very seldom we would ever turn paramedics down.
Councillor Ashmore, followed by Councillor Perry and then the CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to wanted to thank Chief Johnston and all your senior management staff that came today, and the whole EMS staff for all the work they do. And I've noticed that, you know, when talking to paramedics, that morale seems to be improving, and they really respect you, and you're doing a great job. And the other thing is, I think it was a great move to get our independence back. We're now in control. We're not co-managed by another municipality, but we're back in control now, 100% Kawartha Lake. So I think that was a great move too. So thanks again.
Councillor Joyce, sorry, I misspoke when I said Councillor Perry. And then the CAO. And then lunch.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Chief Johnston, thank you for everything here, the presentation. So I have some key questions here. I continue to be frustrated by the offloading. If the offloading problem disappeared overnight at the hospitals, would we still need these extra paramedics hired for next year?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, you know, I think that's the strength of strategic work by consultants that work in a master plan and can model and project those values. I would say with most confidence that even if you removed the offload delay situation, we would still need the additional resources to support the volume that's happening in the community. But back to Councillor Richardson's ask or question about what we need, we don't have a crystal ball in our world, and we really need that roadmap and the projections and the modeling and the support of council to go back to the experts to model those numbers for us to know what we need, to know that we're on the right path. Because being reactive and adding resources after we know that the system is breaking is not the right time to do that.
Absolutely agree with you there, and it's a tough question to answer. I admit that. But I still want to try to get more efficient with our system. So it's the offloading with hospitals. Do you have any recommendations how we can fix the dispatch situation with these code 4s, 90% not being code 4s?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Joyce, advocacy through the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, through AMO, and the department for that matter, is important to continuously advocate for dispatch modernization, and bringing forward key issues around offload delay and how that's impacting service delivery. So unfortunately, we can't, it is a multifaceted, really complex issue. And these things really require everybody coming to the table and collaborating on some problem solving and brainstorming these solutions, because it's not just going to be the hospital and it's not just going to be the municipality. It is everybody together working on some of these challenges, and that's only where we're going to see some of the burden being lifted.
Okay, thank you. The community paramedicine program, which I think is really good. Some questions surrounding that. How long has that been in place?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we started the Community Paramedic Initiative with one paramedic in 2019.
Okay, so it's wonderful data that was shared there, and everybody knows I love data, but I didn't see anything that where the community paramedicine program has affected a reduction in calls. And to that point, is the community paramedicine program, is there more need there? And if we threw more money at that, would we save more money on call volumes? In your opinion, it's another hard question, but is that, in your opinion, is that a direction we should consider or take a look at, or at least measure?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, most of the confirmed data and evaluation of community paramedic programs has been done at a provincial level. And there's been demonstrated evidence that CP programs decrease emergency department transports by about 4 to 5%. That evaluation has been done provincially, but not yet locally. Part of our ask and request to Performance Concepts Consulting within their master plan refresh, or one of the deliverables, is to evaluate the community paramedic program here locally and its impact on emergency diversion. So that will be coming forward later this year when that report's finalized. But until then, I don't have those answers for you.
Okay, well, it's coming through. That's great. Last thing is actually relates to Councillor Warren there on staffing. When we have at a zero situation and it's due to lack of staff, I just don't understand why we simply don't, at that point in time, when you've made every other effort, pull paramedicine off their duty and put them into pull them into the more urgent care truck.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, this conversation has been debated at length within the department. And again, there's a few different influencing factors. There's some collective agreement concerns between Frontlines and community paramedicine and the designations between that work. Our client population relies on those paramedics showing up on a day-to-day basis to appropriately care for them, to have that trusting relationship, to know that they're coming, and to appropriately respond to their care needs. And the vehicles in particular are not equipped with emergency radios or light packages. And with that, are not appropriately equipped to respond to emergency calls unless they come across them. So there's a host of reasons why the community paramedics have not been placed in regular deployment. I'm not saying that that's not a solution that we're constantly looking at within paramedic service, but where they would be pulled is that emergency situation, mass casualty incident, for example, where we need resources right away to respond. So I know that's an answer, non-answer for you, but happy to explore that more within the department and get back to you with a more wholesome response.
Yeah, well, I don't like to hear a collective bargaining agreement getting in the way of a life and death situation. I'll leave it at that. My last point thing that just is more of a comment, and it's just on, I really think that what we do here in Kawartha Lakes is excellent when we combine an advanced care paramedic with, I forget the term now, less advanced care paramedic in our vehicles. It really makes a difference. I can attest to that personally. When I had my accident last month, I was picked up by Halliburton Ambulance Services, and I had an advanced paramedic in with me, and he said, well, guess what? Because we're in Halliburton, I can't do, because I'm not allowed to, because our council won't allow me to do advanced care. So it was an interesting conversation, to say the least. So congratulations, and thank you for all the work that you and your team does.
Thank you, CAO Taylor.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And really just very quickly in conclusion before we recess, I guess a couple of quick points. I want to start with how the chief sort of opened up. Thank you, council, for the dedicated time this morning. As you can appreciate, there's so many moving parts, complexities, a lot of changing things externally and by the day, whether it's healthcare system, whether it's our future growth and development, what we're coming out of the pandemic and what is our experience there. And because this is a newer group on council, I think it's a good practice to bring forward to you these trends and this data. You're going to be making budget decisions. We're asking for performance measures, et cetera. And so again, just thank you for the time. We know that it's very weighty in terms of the data, and actually encourage you to go back now that you've heard some of the explanations. And I know that the leadership team is more than happy to follow up with you and walk you through those different pieces. So a lot of great decisions, but work that was done today. But I think because it was so well informed with that work that was done. At the very beginning, at the opening slide, the chief mentioned some staffing, and I actually wanted to go back. I saw in passing a couple of members of council were sort of looking, questioning, and just wanted to reiterate. There was 2 staff that are being recognized this year in the service for their 30-year bar. That's Mark Oliver and Greg Murphy. And so I just want to send that congratulations from the chief, from the group, and from you through to that staff. And so I think for 30 years, it's fantastic. The second update was that there were 7 staff that hit their 20-year mark, but are actually being recognized and receiving the Governor General's Emergency Medical Service Exemplary Service Medals. And there is quite a bit of criteria that goes along behind that, and I wanted to recognize those individuals as well if I could. So it is John Potts, Brent Dixon, Michelle Bell, Darcy Caffin, Deb Norris, Trent Watson, and Chief Sarah Johnson. And so I want to send congratulations to those staff as well. And again, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the time and for the summary. And as I said, staff are happy to follow up with council individually if there's any questions on the data that was presented today. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take a break till 1 o'clock. And lunch is in the purchasing boardroom. Good afternoon. I'll call the meeting back to order. I'll reiterate the disclaimer from this morning's meeting about committees of the whole, as we have a different group in the gallery today. Welcome everybody to the Committee of the Whole meeting of Tuesday, September 12th, 2023. Just a reminder that this is a Committee of the Whole meeting and no decisions will be made here today. There will only be recommendations that will go to our next regular council meeting on Tuesday, September 26, 2023 for consideration. We'll move into item 5 on the agenda, which is deputations. And item 5.1 is a deputation by Shelley and James Turner on encroachments on Monty's Inn Street, former Township of Ops. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. This is my husband, Jim. I'm Shelley. Thank you all for letting us speak today. We live, as you said, at 8 Monty's Inn Street. We're at River Road and 35, just on the river at the very first bend. Most people see it, drive by it, know exactly where it is. We've lived there for 20 years. When we first went in, we had no idea that the front of our property was an unopened road allowance. We had no idea. Shortly after buying, we did find out that it was an unopened road allowance and that our property line was in front of the houses. The people that lived there before us used it as their lawn. The man who originally moved there was Wesley Montgomery, and that was in 1937. So since that time, our property has been used more or less the way it's being used today. In 2008, we came to City Council for we had to move a trailer, and there were sheds on the property, and somebody had complained and wanted them removed. We came to City Council. There was an encroachment agreement brought forward that said we could use we could keep the buildings. They didn't have to leave, and we moved forward. This past May, we got a letter saying we're in citation of using the land, parking our cars, etc. We've gone through, we've cleaned up everything on the citation that we received, but we would like to continue to use the land the way we always have. So that's kind of why we're here today. The fire department, one of the thoughts originally was that the fire department might use our front lawn to get to the water. In 20 years, they have never done that. We actually had a small fire a few years ago. They came, they didn't use it. They used our well, and they used their trucks. We have maintained it for 20 years, cut the lawn, planted gardens. The letter we got in May said we had to take all our gardens out. They're just flowers. They're not anything too big. We have, like I say, gone through the letter, did everything they asked on the letter, and so now here we are, hoping to, as we asked back in 2008, maybe even buy the land. I don't know if that's a possibility. Basically, either renew the encroachment or be allowed to buy the land. I'm not sure exactly where to go.
Thank you. Let's see if there's any questions for you. Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for showing up today. I've been out to this property, reviewed it with both of you, and I will speak to it later in the meeting.
Thank you. There obviously is a report on today's session, and we'll get to that in due course. Is there anything else you wanted to say? You're short of your time.
I think that I'd just like to interject that this property is a beautiful piece of property that is enjoyed by many people, not just ourselves. We frequently welcome people that come back and visit their childhood memories, and who've had several relatives that have come down and thanked us for trying to do our best to maintain it the way they remember it. The buildings are historic in the sense that the people would sign the inside of the buildings and date them that they'd been fishing that day and caught the biggest fish they'd ever caught. That the school came down on a beautiful sunny day and they took a walk around the front of the property and enjoyed nature lessons and learning about the specifics of the property. This is a great place to live, and we really enjoy having it and using it the way it is now. I'd like to thank you all for your time and patience.
Thank you. We'll deal with the report a little later in the agenda, okay?
Thank you.
I got a motion to that the deputation regarding encroachment on Monty's Inn Street, former Township of Ops, be received, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. Councillor McDonald, Deputy Mayor Richardson, all in favor? And that's passed. Our next deputation is a request for resurfacing of Lightning Point Road, former Township of Somerville, and Mr. John Piper. You have 5 minutes, Mr. Piper.
Thank you. Hello, my name's John Piper. I'm the head of the Lightning Point Homeowners Association. We've been trying to get our road resurfaced and cleaned up the last few years. We realized last year that we needed to send out a petition. So we did the petition last year, and we followed up on it this year, and it looked like it was scheduled for 2027. I passed around a little picture that I took last night on the way home, and you can see the road's in pretty bad state of repair. It's a relatively short road. It's only about 1 kilometer long. It's been in a bad state of repair for a long time. We've got more and more people that have moved up there full time, so the road's getting more use. But it's still a cottage road, and we have a lot of people with, their grandchildren and dogs walking on it. There's no shoulders on the road, so there's not a lot of spare space for people. And what's been happening is people are trying to dodge the roughest part of the roads, and I don't think it's a really very safe situation. There's one sort of blind corner on our road as well, and the good part of the road is kind of close to the part where you can't see people coming towards you. So if, a lot of times cars are sharing the good part of the road until you see another car. And that just gets messier when there's people walking with dogs and children and things. So we'd like to get the resurfacing just moved up from 2027 to, as soon as we could, whatever time that might be available. But it's only getting worse, and you can see from the little picture I sent around, it's just kind of lumps upon lumps. I bent my rim in the spring on it. I'm sure there's other people have bent their rims trying to go over it, but anything you guys could do to help us move it up, we'd really appreciate it. That's about all I have to say, really. I'm not sure what else to say.
Okay. Let's see if there are any questions from council. Councillor Warren.
I just have a resolution. Is that okay?
We don't make resolutions.
It's not a recommendation, I'm sorry. Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. So the deputation of John Piper regarding a request for the resurfacing of Lightning Point Road, former Township of Somerville, be received, and that this request for paving be brought forward to council as a decision unit in the 2024 capital budget for consideration at the next regular council meeting.
We can, is there a seconder to that? Yeah. Councillor Ashmore. Did you want to speak to it?
I think it's self-evident, and it's a consideration during our capital budget deliberations. So I know we have a few of these, so we'll look at them when that happens.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Okay. All in favor? And that will go to the next regular council meeting and then be referred to the capital budget for 2024.
Thank you.
As a decision unit. That doesn't mean that it will be done. It means that council will consider it in the budget with a lot of other roads and capital projects, but it will at least be considered.
Thank you again. I appreciate that.
Okay. I have, well, we did the motion, so you included moving it. Yeah, and receiving it, so. Moving on to item 5.3, improved access to pickleball in the city of Kawartha Lakes. Mr. Stan Tishaw and Mr. Ken Haggard, but I believe Mr. Tishaw is not with us. Oh, he's here. Okay. You'll have 5 minutes between you. Well, we could ask you to get on your knees, Ken, but yeah.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Elmsley, councillors, and others in attendance. My name is Ken Haggart, Vice Chair of the Kawartha Lakes Pickleball Association, also known as KLPA. Also in attendance with me are Peter Lindsay and Stan Tishaw, and I believe there's a couple more upstairs in the gallery. Pickleball, as far as I know, has been organized play in Kawartha Lakes for the past 10 years. But in August of last year, the KLPA was formed, and today we have a membership of over 460 members, 460 local residents. In October 22, the Lex allowed us to set up 10 courts indoors for the wintry season. This was an opportunity that in these past 9 months, we've had 7,082 user plays at the Lex, plus the 3,100 user plays at the Fenelon Falls Community Center, and not to mention all the outdoor user plays throughout the summer months this past summer. As many of you are aware of the sport and its popularity, but let me briefly explain. It's a sport combined of tennis, table tennis, and badminton. Why is it popular? Easy to learn, low cost to participate, no age bias, no gender bias, parasport, adaptable. Our presentation today is asking council to consider these 4 asks. Ensure that all outdoor courts are pickleball enabled. Provide indoor access where available and practical. Implement a medium range plan to build dedicated pickleball courts in Lindsay, Bobcaygeon, Fenelon Falls / Cobequid. And lastly, to implement a long-range plan to build a gymnasium recreational facility for Kawartha Lakes. Pickleball enabled means that the current tennis courts are lined over with 3 pickleball courts on each tennis court, and that portable nets are provided at each court. Currently, Kawartha Lakes has 5 public court facilities. Cobequid and Lindsay Memorial Park are complete and done. Burnt River, I'm understanding that there's a resurfacing to that court facility for next summer. But the Lindsay Wilson Fields and Bobcaygeon Tommy Anderson Park both need either resurfacing and painting of lines. KLPA is also asking Kawartha Lakes to provide storage boxes and nets. Our second ask, provide better access to indoor spaces where available. Indoor spaces at the moment is only at the Fenelon Falls Community Center. We have had a meeting 3 weeks ago with Parks and Rec, and there is a program that is developing at the moment hopefully to start to roll out in October this year. But also, we would like to consider some of the ice pads that are available in Kawartha Lakes to be used during the summer months. Number 3, our ask is to implement a medium-range plan to build dedicated pickleball courts in Lindsay, Bobcaygeon, and Fenelon Falls. The simple and easy one and most practical one at the moment would be the Lindsay Memorial Park. There's a vacant land immediately to the west of the existing tennis courts, and it could easily accommodate 10 dedicated pickleball courts. That, along with the tennis courts, if you want to call them that are existing there, that would give us 16 courts. Those 16 courts would give us, Kawartha Lakes, the ability to hold pickleball tournaments. In Ontario, there's probably 30 to 40 tournaments held each summer, each of them generating $15,000 to $25,000. Not including the local economy of lodging, food and drink, and then local recognition. On your slides there, I did provide a picture of what a dedicated pickleball court looks like. And then our last ask, number 4, implement a long-range 4-year plan to build a public gymnasium facility. Kawartha Lakes, City of Kawartha Lakes, is the only municipality, or no, I shouldn't say that. I'll say City of Kawartha Lakes municipality is surrounded by every other municipality with a public gymnasium. Minden, Gravenhurst, Aurelia, Peterborough.
I'll get you to wrap up, please.
Yep. So such a facility benefits all residents for, of course, more than just pickleball. In conclusion, if Kawartha Lakes is going to double in the next 10 to 20 years, we need that kind of infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see if there's any questions for you. And what I'd suggest is that we move the motion as printed, and when it comes to council, it gets extracted and referred to staff. But if you have questions for Mr. Haggard. Councillor Warren, followed by Deputy Mayor Richard.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Thanks for your presentation. I know pickleball is growing like leaps and bounds.
Leaps and bounds.
Yes. Have you reached out to the school board at all for use of their gymnasiums? I know there's in Bobcaygeon.
Yep.
I believe there was pickleball happening at
There's
Bobcaygeon.
pickleball at the Bobcaygeon Public School on a regular basis in the evenings. But the problem during the winter time, where pickleball wants to play indoors, is that in the evenings, many of the pickleballers don't want to drive at night through the snowstorms. It is what it is. But those are definitely options for sure to expand the use, and we're looking at that all the time. But we just had a very successful I think they were grade 7 and 8 students. We brought a class in, and it was extremely successful. We're going to be reaching out to the Trillium School Board to expand that program and do more teaching.
So through you, is there just Bobcaygeon, or are there other schools at this moment in time that?
I'm only aware of Bobcaygeon, to be honest.
Deputy Mayor Richardson, followed by Councillors Ashmore, Joyce, and Perry.
Thank you, and through you. No, actually, I was just going to ask the same question when it comes to schools, but I do want to take this time to recognize how you've put pickleball for the Kawartha Lakes on the radar. I know moving forward as a city, it'll be on our website under the legend. We will include you moving forward in our Parks and Recs guide, but it's just incredible to have your association managing those, courts and those user plays, as you call them, and just creating a really healthy fun sport into the Kawartha Lakes, and I recognize that you guys are doing a very good job managing that part of the job.
Thank you.
So I know you've spoken to Director Shanks, and he's working on things with his staff as well. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, through you to Ken. Thanks for coming, and yeah, I certainly, this sport has really taken off, and I know during the pandemic and the early onset times, you were one of the few groups that were really, wanting to get out and get exercise for people, and they were really wanting to get out, try and find some venues where you could play. Like I think we were looking at Cambrai Hall, which is a great hall, and other places indoor. Like you need something indoor in the wintertime, obviously, and yeah, so that's something that I'd certainly support. I know that I've worked with Cassie Seeger and Lizanne Mako, some of your earlier founding members there, and they were certainly instrumental in getting things off the ground, because this type of sport demographics are actually changing in Kawartha Lakes. There's obviously this sport is really on an upward swing, and other sports like cricket will be coming, and it is coming. And those types of sports, we need to recognize that things are changing, and we need to help these people with their as much as we can. So again, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you. Just unmuting myself. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, glad to hear the support from council, because just to emphasize, pickleball has been the fastest growing sport in the past 3 years, and is forecasted to continue growing at a compounded rate of 8% per year for years to come. So I think Kawartha Lakes, in my opinion, we got to be ahead of the curve to meet this challenge and need for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get a motion that the deputation of Stan Tishaw and Ken Haggard of the Kawartha Lakes Pickleball Association regarding improved access to pickleball in the city of Kawartha Lakes be received, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting? Councillor Warren, Councillor Perry.
Yay.
All in favor? Thank you. So what's going to happen is it will be sent to the council meeting on the 26th. At that council meeting, somebody will extract it, and it will be referred to staff to either come back with a report or to get in touch with you folks and continue on with what you do, which is great. And you provide a healthy outlet for a whole bunch of senior citizens and even younger ones.
So does that mean you're coming out again, Mayor Elmsley?
Well, I mean, I was so good the first time, I don't want to spoil it. But thank you for the invitation.
Okay. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item 5.4, which is a request for fence encroachment adjacent to 51 Cambridge Street South, Lindsay. We have Paul and Carolyn Kennedy. Good afternoon. You will have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Carolyn couldn't make it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for taking the time for me to speak today. To whom it may concern, I, Paul Kennedy, and my wife Carolyn, who's not here, have lived in this house for 40 years and raised our family. I retired from General Motors Oshawa, and I'm trying to enjoy my retirement. We have seniors and private people, and don't bother anyone. We put up a fence 20 years ago when all things change. in this neighborhood for our protection. We have a lot of property damage, and my gas furnace exhaust pipe was plugged up outside, and a lot of items stolen. We have to keep our property clean and maintained, and we have. And there's a four-way stop now at the intersection. And all utility companies have access to my property. There's never been an issue that way. Thank you.
You have more time if you need it. You okay? Let's see if we have any questions from council. Councillor McDonald.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy, for coming and speaking today. I also will be speaking to this later in our reports.
So, Mr. Kennedy, there's a report later in the meeting at which we will be looking at this situation, and council will make a determination and send it to the council meeting on the 26th for a decision. Okay?
Yes.
All right. Thank you for coming today.
Thanks for listening to me.
So can I have a motion that the deputation of Paul Kennedy regarding a request for a fence encroachment adjacent to 51 Cambridge Street, South Lindsay be received, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting? Councillor McDonald and Councillor Smeaton, all in favor? And that's passed. Item 5.5 on the agenda is the maintenance of a retaining wall on lots 74 and 75, Plan 365, Helen Street, former township of Emily. We have Mr. Diamond and Mr. Parkhurst, sorry. You have 5 minutes between you.
Thank you. I would like to start by thanking the clerk's office for their work in obtaining the information needed to come before council today. Joel, Sarah, thank you. Would also like to thank Councillor Ashmore for looking into this problem for us. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and councillors. The retaining walls that the city repaired on our properties are failing again. You have in your possession the minutes from the Emily Township meeting on August 24th, 1992, where the township's engineer was given the go-ahead to fix the defective retaining walls located on our properties. That repair has never been completed correctly and failed again in 2001. The city then had it partially rebuilt, but the part not repaired at that time is now failing. We would like council to recognize these facts and have the remedial work completed correctly as recorded in the 1992 minutes. That's it.
That's it?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from council? Seeing none, I would recommend that we move the motion to send it to the council meeting, and at that council meeting, somebody can extract it and refer it back to staff, or make the motion that the retaining wall should be repaired. Do I have a motion? Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Smeaton, all in favor? And that's passed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next deputation is City of Kawartha Lakes Bylaw 2014-026, being the clean and clear bylaw for the City of Kawartha Lakes. Mr. William Denby and Mr. Doug Shaw, you have 5 minutes between you. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I first want to acknowledge this is Kawartha First Nations lands that we all live in the City of Kawartha Lakes. I'm the chairman and president of the Kawartha Lakes Taxpayers Association. And between Doug and ourselves, which is Vice, we took it upon ourselves to do a little survey on our bylaw department. We filed over 80 complaints with them. Not one complaint was dealt with. Not one. A lot of these complaints are city property that are in violation of their own bylaw, 2014-026. They're overgrown with weeds, grass, obnoxious weeds, debris that is not allowed to be on public property owned by the people of the city. I've sent numerous emails to the bylaw officer. We took it upon ourselves to, should we say, conduct a study on bylaw. For 2 months, we went when they opened in the morning, we went back in the afternoon, we went back when they closed. Not one of their vehicles left the parking lot during those 3 checks. We did it for a full 2 months. We went back in, we talked to the director, and the director said, Mr. Sloan, that we don't have to maintain and follow the city bylaw 2014-026. So I contacted the ministry in Kingston, Municipal Affairs, and I put the question to the gentleman there. Of course, every municipality has to follow its own bylaws to the letter. So we went on another survey. We drove up and down all the side roads, main roads, county roads, what I call county roads. All the dead trees that are lining these roads that are a risk to the public. Not only that, they're a liability to the taxpayers if somebody gets hurt in an accident, because there's no maintenance being done by Public Works. I'm saying to myself, the millions and millions of dollars that the taxpayers of the city provide the council and the various departments, and it seems nobody's really doing their jobs. Like I said to Mr. Sloan, and we have you on videos, we just don't talk, okay? We catch them sitting in parking lots doing nothing. We actually did a survey on Public Works vehicles that aren't fit to be on the road, so we reported them to MTO. They pulled 2 of the vehicles off the road by Doug's property. We're saying, what is going on here? Do you people not know what the staff are doing, or do you even care? It's our money that you people are spending. It's not your money, it's our money. We are the owners of all of this, the city of Kawartha Lakes. So like I said, I have 80. Now, one was, you're supposed to, there's a procedure. When you file, you get a file number. Then they do an investigation. Not one was done. Not one. This was done in July. I filed them. I asked them to do a deposition on the 5th of July in front of you people and was denied. I sat right there. You never put me on. Why didn't you, Mr. Mayor? All we're saying is the taxpayers deserve return on their investment. They deserve to have their roads and their ditches and their grass and the trees cut on our property that you're given to maintain and look after for us. So what I'm asking, what Doug and I are, because there's 80 acres over beside the jail that is city property, that is overgrown with weeds. Every weed you can think of. It all, when it matures, it all blows across farmland. You go all over the city. You got your ditches are all full of obnoxious weeds that when they mature, they spread all over the city. That's your job that you're supposed to be doing, and you're not doing it. And it's our money that you're spending and taking every time we pay our taxes. So what we're asking for is for an outside investigation on the departments as to whether they're doing what they say they're doing when they come to council. Just that, how simple it is. We've been doing it. We've got 35 videos, Doug? Yes. Of things that aren't legal that the city's been doing, okay? And again, you're supposed to be leading by example, right? That's your role. So again, what we're asking is for you people to decide who you're going to request to do an investigation on bylaw and on public works that are not doing the job on behalf of the taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm more than welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for coming today.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Can I get a motion that the deputation of William Denby and Doug Shaw regarding City of Kawartha Lakes Bylaw 2014-026, being the clean and clear bylaw for the City of Kawartha Lakes, be received, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting? Councillor Warren, Councillor Perry. All in favor? And that passes. Thank you. Item 5.7 is Margaret Hope Braun on climate change health vulnerability report provided by Halliburton Kawartha Pine Ridge District Health Unit relating to item 7.1 on the agenda. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, my name is Maggie Braun. It's wonderful to be here today. You have a beautiful town hall, and it's great to see so many people here as well. We've been working hard as a community to come together and understand what's going on at the municipal level of this country's government. So today I'm here to speak to the public health report on climate change. It seems that climate change is a global agenda, and I think you'll all agree with that. And it seems to be being implemented at a local level. We see that it is all over your reports and plans and strategic plans. And we would like to enter into dialogue with our elected representatives, the mayor and council. This is not about the city staff. They are not elected. It is the mayor and council who have the true authority, and you are the government. The city staff is not the government. And this has taken place at all levels of government, from the municipal level to the provincial level to the federal level. There has been a public-private partnership, and it's taken place ever since we signed on to Agenda 21 in 1992 with the United Nations. At that time, they sent a 40-page document called the Municipal Primer to all of our municipalities across the country, and in that document, it outlined how our local municipalities, it recommended, this was never a binding agreement that you had to enter into, and you can change it at any time. It recommended how to restructure the local government and implement a global agenda. And I'm going to move on to the item on the agenda here, because it really ties into it. The local health concerns of this community are being directly affected and neglected at the expense of constant climate change reports and agendas, and it has to stop. We as a country don't want to be governed by unelected international organizations, and it's really at this municipal level, at the mayor and council level, where you are directly representing the people of this region. And I trust that when you entered into this position, you did so because you wanted to represent the people of this region. And as you went into that agreement, as you were sworn in, you entered into a contract with a private corporation calling itself the City of Kawartha. That is a private corporation. And you are our elected government. You are serving the public. Public-private partnership connected, and the private partnership is connected with international organizations. So there are some serious health-related issues that are going on in this community that are not being addressed. And how much money did it cost for this climate change report to be put forward by public health? You know, let me just jump down here. So I would like to address some immediate needs of this community. That is why we are here. We want to represent the immediate needs, the health needs of our community. There is a mental health crisis taking place in this country and in this community. And it's no doubt exacerbated by things like the first introductory paragraph of the Healthy Environment Plan for Kawartha Lakes, which states that climate change is a global issue, and if we don't do anything about it, it's nothing but fear-mongering, and it's repeated over and over and over again in all of the reports. It's the beginning of all of your reports. It's nothing but climate change. We have a publicly funded drug epidemic taking place in this town. Where is the public health report on that? Canadian pharmaceutical drug dependency, Canada's pharmaceutical drug dependency is several times higher than any other country other than the United States in this world. Where is the public health report on that? We have things like chemtrails, which we can see with our eyes, and 5G towers all over our skies, and public health acts like these things don't exist and have no health repercussions. We want to see a public health report on this. We, the public, who you represent. Not to mention homelessness. And the lack of affordable housing. These cause real health issues in this community, the people that you represent. So in light of this public-private partnership, which does exist, when we have some serious questions about whether you're representing us. Are you the... And it's not your fault. It's not. It's not the mayor and council's fault. You got elected into this position because you wanted to serve the people. And as you were elected in, you did not swear an oath to the people. You signed in with a declaration to serve the city of Kawartha Lakes, which is a private corporation.
I'll get you to sum up, please.
So regardless of Canada being a UN member, no level of government has the authority to implement foreign mandates, treaties, or any agreement that violate the Canadian Constitution, the Bill of Rights, or the Coronation Oath. And you, as elected representatives, are bound to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It directly outlines that is directly for the employees of the government. And that conspiring with foreign powers, which you may not know that you're doing, but we have a whole team that is doing the research, and we want to meet with you. We want to have discussions. We held a meeting last night. We are good people. We even notified and let the police know, look, we've invited the councillors. We sent you an agenda. We were discussing the rural zoning bylaw, which you gave us 15 extra days and for public consultation, and you didn't come. We notified you a week ago. We invited you again.
Please sum up.
And you didn't come. So our questions are legitimate, and we would like to really, in good faith, open dialogue with our elected representatives. And it's not about the CAO or anyone. We're not against anyone here. In the past, the city staff worked for the mayor and council, not the other way around.
Your time
Thank you.
Your time is done. Stay there, please. Stay there, please.
And I hope you do have questions.
Are there any questions from council for Ms. Braun?
I invite you to please enter into dialogue with us, the people that you swore to represent, or you should have sworn to represent.
Thank you for your deputation. Can I have a motion? That the deputation of Margaret Hope Braun regarding the climate change health vulnerability report provided by the Haliburton Kawartha Pine Ridge District Health Unit be received, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. Councillor McDonald, Councillor Perry. All in favor? Thank you. Thank you. Do we have any correspondence? No correspondence. Moving on to presentations, item 7.1 is an overview of the Haliburton Kawartha Pine Ridge District Health Unit's Climate Change Health Vulnerability Assessment. Susan Shisaki, Health Promoter, Haliburton Kawartha Pine Ridge District Health Unit. Welcome, and please go as soon as you're ready to go.
Ready to go. Thank you, Mayor Elmsley, members of council, staff. It's a pleasure to be here, to be able to talk to you today about the work that we're doing at the HKPR District Health Unit related to climate change and health. So I'll just give you a very brief overview of what I'm going to cover. I'll talk about the connection between climate change and health, a little bit about the assessment that we completed in June, a little bit about vulnerability, climate change and health and what that looks like within our district, climate change, health adaptation, and then what we're working on next. So just to give you a little bit of context, climate change is recognized at a global level by a number of different organizations, and it's, I would say in the past, in more recent years, that climate change has been connected with health. Typically it's framed as more of an environmental issue. At a Canadian or national level, in 2022, our Chief Public Health Officer released in in the annual report that she released, focused on the role of public health in relation to climate change, clearly making the link between its health impacts. At an Ontario level, we are directed by the Ontario Public Health Standards. That's the document that directs the work we do in public health. And we are directed to assess and monitor the impacts of climate change at a local level. And locally, what that looks like is doing a climate change vulnerability and adaptation assessment, because adaptation really is most effectively done at the local level. Climate change is a global issue, for sure, and we feel those impacts locally, as individuals and as a community. So our assessment looked at these 6 climate-related hazards, if you will: extreme temperatures, weather and natural events, vector-borne diseases with a focus on Lyme disease and West Nile virus, safe food and water, because there are climate impacts to both our food and water systems, air quality, and exposure to solar ultraviolet radiation. We also, as part of this assessment, looked at who in our communities is most at risk. We know that climate change will affect all of us, but there are some populations whose health is more vulnerable to some of those health hazards that you saw previously. We looked at the past, current, and future projections of climate for our region, the current burden of illness, and then put those two things together. We looked at, given what we foresee with the climate, what does that mean in terms of the health of our communities? And we also looked at the programs and services that we offer at HKPR and how they contribute to building adaptation and resilience to those climate hazards. So it is called a vulnerability assessment, so I'm going to talk a little bit about what that means, but I know that there can be some negative connotation attached to the word vulnerability, and I want to thank Councillor Perry for noting that with me when I made this presentation to our Board of Health, because the flip side to vulnerability is resilience, and really that's what we're focused on in public health, is building the resilience, building the adaptive capacity of all of our communities and its members so that their health is protected from the risks of climate change. But there's a couple of different factors that feed into what puts an individual or a population more at risk. So one is sensitivity, and those are the individual kinds of features or characteristics that an individual might possess. So for example, age. People who are younger, people who are older are more vulnerable to a lot of these climate impacts. If you take, for example, extreme heat, we've had a few extreme heat warnings over the past summer, and we know that young children, older adults, are more at risk of heat illness in those instances. Similarly, if a person has a pre-existing chronic condition, heart condition, respiratory illness, they're going to be, those conditions are going to be more at risk during a heat event as well. So the other piece of the equation is exposure. And again, if we continue on with our example of an extreme heat event, people who work and play outdoors, more exposed to those extreme heat events. And if they're also then older, you layer that on top as well. Other elements of exposure that put people at risk are the situations that they live in. So that could be the housing that they live in. It could be the type of community that they live in. Because, for example, if you've got a person who's living in a high-rise apartment with no air conditioning during an extreme heat event, more likely to be exposed to higher temperatures. So the work that we do at the health unit, and I think the work that we need to do as a community, is really to address what those exposures and sensitivities are. There are also sort of bigger picture root causes that contribute to both exposure and sensitivity, and these are the things that we call the social determinants of health. Things like poverty, education, employment, racism, colonialism, all these things that can create situations where people are either more exposed or more sensitive to climate impacts. So in terms of the health impacts of climate change, if we don't address climate change and if we don't take adaptive action, we're likely to see more health-related emergency department visits for food-related illnesses, heat-related illness, waterborne illnesses, more injuries due to extreme events like floods and weather events, worsening of chronic illnesses. We already are seeing increases in the incidence of Lyme disease every year. That's something that we track. And also impacts to things like mental health. There's a clear connection between climate change and its impacts to mental health. So the good news is that a lot of the work that we do at HKPR in public health already contributes to building that adaptive capacity. And some of these things are directly, are sort of immediate adaptive actions. So things like our annual monitoring and surveillance of ticks and mosquitoes, which helps to track where those insects are and where how their range is extending. We do each summer recreational beach water testing, which helps to make sure that our water is safe for swimming. Ongoing public outreach and education and skill building so that people know, for example, how to keep themselves and their families safe during heat events and during from ticks and mosquitoes. And then we also have bigger picture actions that we take part in as well. So we work a lot with partners on addressing the root causes of poverty and advocating for healthy policy. So for example, building communities that are supportive and healthy in a variety of ways. We also work on emergency planning to make sure that our communities are prepared and ready for an emergency. So the literature is clear, though, that collaborative work is really important in order to build the adaptive capacity and resilience to climate change. Public health isn't the only player, and so it's really important that we work collaboratively with, for example, municipalities and other agencies. Some examples of some climate health action that we work with the municipality, for example, is on climate change plans, also reviewing and making comments on land use and community design policies and planning, partnering on transportation planning. We work collaboratively on emergency planning and preparedness, poverty reduction, as I mentioned, and also agriculture and food initiatives. So the next steps, I'm currently in the process of making deputations to all of our municipal councils to talk about the work that we're doing and the opportunities for partnering with municipalities, and also continuing to strengthen and build relationships with other agencies who work with some of those populations that are more at risk. So for example, in the city of Kawartha Lakes, there's a number of partners who have come together to talk about, to work sort of together on addressing some of those adaptive actions and how to do some outreach with the more marginalized populations. And the outcome of that will then be the phase 2 of the report, which is the Adaptation Action Plan, which will identify actions that HKPR can take to build adaptive capacity, and also how we can support partners who are doing similar work. So the timeline is to have the draft report completed later this year or early next year. Sort of depends on how the engagement goes. And what can you do? I encourage you to share the executive summary and the briefing note with your colleagues and constituents. The briefing note contains more details on how the work of, some different ways the work of the municipality contributes to climate adaptation and help build awareness of the links between climate change, health, and also municipal priorities in your decision making. And also, with respect to the climate change group in the city of Kawartha Lakes, the advisory group that we've convened, it would be great to have a staff member as part of that as well. So with that, that concludes my presentation. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from staff? Or, sorry, any questions from council? Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just want to thank you for all your hard work. And I was fortunate to sit around the table yesterday with you and our community groups and to help adaptation. And adaptation is here now. We're getting heat events, poor air events, such as the wildfires, the air coming this way for most of the summer. So it's here now. So I thank you for all your hard work and for bringing it to us, and I look forward to more community chats. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, and thank you through you to Sue. Just a couple of questions. I was just trying to, and I appreciate your presentation there, and you have a lot of good points there. But I was, like, our medical system is quite a complex system, as you know, and it's all governed under the Canada Health Act. And I was just reading the Canada Health Act and how it relates to, and this is just a question, my first question, how it relates to local health education, and it said, I just downloaded this morning, and asking what the primary focus of healthcare in Canada is, and it says the Canada Health Act, the Act sets out the primary objective of Canadian healthcare policy, which is to protect, promote, and restore the physical and mental well-being of residents of Canada, and to facilitate reasonable access to health services without financial or other barriers. Would that be your main, is that still the main focus of the health unit? I know this is a new project, but is that still your main focus right now? I just have one more question.
Well, certainly it's the role of public health to protect, promote, and to protect and promote people's health and prevent illness. The Canadian, we're governed by a different set of regulations or than the Canadian Health Act. So the Canadian Health Act is focused on the health care system. We are in public health. Our legislation is the Health Promotion and Protection Act, which is a provincial piece of legislation. So I'm not sure how the HPPA relates to the Canadian Health Act, but public health is part of but distinct from healthcare, and I think that's an important distinction to make. In that, we have our healthcare system, which responds to emergencies, illness, disease, and treats illness. Where in public health, we're a little bit more upstream in terms of protecting people, and preventing illness. I don't know if that answers your question or not.
Yeah, that's fine. I appreciate that. And my final question was, is. Over the years, the priorities were promoting good nutrition for people of all ages, exercise, and of course nowadays, and this was before, but it was never been discussed. It's been the mental health of our citizens. So, are you still exercising those main goals of exercise, diet, and just common sense living, avoiding drugs, that sort of thing? Important thing that really, especially these days when we have, we have the opioid crisis, and we have fentanyl, and we have these things that are terrible things that are happening in our society. Will the health unit still be working on that? I assume it is, but I'd love to hear it.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm one person at a health unit that has close to, 150 to 200 staff people. So we certainly have staff that are addressing all of those healthy living issues that you identified. We recognize that it's important for people to be active, to eat well. We have a harm reduction team that's working very hard with partners related to the opioid crisis. We have a mental health promotion team. So the scope of public health work is very broad, and I'm just here representing one piece of it.
That's good to know. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just to reiterate, I see you brought Richard with you today. You respond to the provincial government, that's correct?
Yes.
And public health's role is more on the prevention side than it is on the curative side.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yes. So what you do is to try and promote healthy living and healthy
communities. Yep.
In order to keep the population safe. That is your role.
That is our role. Very well
Great.
summed up. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Warren?
Just further to a question that was out there, well, one of the main tenets that we talked about yesterday was drug use and how it affects vulnerable populations and during climate change issues. And I'll make a motion to receive the deputation.
Well, we'll do that in a minute. Councillor Joyce has a question. Go ahead, Councillor Joyce.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, and Mr. Chikazi, a great presentation. For years, I've been frustrated with public health taking a too narrow focus. So this more collaborative approach, I think, is a refreshing change in the right direction. But I don't think it goes far enough. As a health promoter and working in public health, I'm going to assume you're familiar with the One Health concept?
Yes.
Excellent. And for those who are watching and listening, I'll just do a little one-sentence definition here. One Health is a collaborative, multi-sectorial, and transdisciplinary approach working at the local, regional, national, and global levels with the goal of achieving optimal health outcomes, recognizing, and this is the key part here, the interconnection between people, animals, plants, and their shared environment. So my question to you is whether the provincial can the provincial regulations allow you to also bring in the farmers, the veterinarians into the conversation?
Yes, you've raised...
And the Conservation Authority into the conversation.
Yep, I agree. I think the One Health sort of approach to looking at health and climate change, I think, is something that's really valid. And in fact, the Chief Public Health Officer in her report related to climate change and health refers to having a One Health approach. So it's certainly something that we'll be looking at when we build our adaptation plan. Thanks for raising that.
Really happy to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you. So I need a motion that the presentation by Sue Shisaki, Health Promoter, Halliburton Kawartha Pine Ridge District Health Unit regarding a climate change health vulnerability assessment be received, and that this recommendation be brought forward to Council for consideration at the next regular Council meeting. And Councillor Warren, you're moving that. Deputy Mayor Richardson seconding it. All in favor? And that's passed. Let's take,
Thank you.
let's take 10 minutes to 2:15 as a break. And we'll come back at 2:15. we're going to do. Okay, item 8 is reports. 8.1, proposed amendments to yard clean and clear bylaw to permit long grass and native plants in urban areas. Ms. Carlson, would you like to give us the Reader's Digest version of this?
Certainly. So at page 169 to 266 of your agenda is report legal 2023 number 1, which are some proposed changes to the city's yard clean and clear bylaw. So applying to lots and yards within the city of Kawartha Lakes, the bylaw number is 2014 number 26, the existing bylaw. The proposed changes at attachment 1 to the report would expand existing permissions to allow for long grasses and what we would call native plants, or by another definition, weeds, within the urban areas. Currently within the bylaw, long grasses and weeds that are not noxious, weeds pursuant to the Weed Control Act, are permitted in many areas of the city. They're permitted in areas zoned open space, environmental protection, agriculture, prime agriculture, in any rural area, lots greater than 1 hectare, waterfront areas, including any lands within 30 meters of a waterfront. These extensive permissions for long grasses and weeds are based on the 2019 Healthy Environment Plan, the city's lake management plans, and the fact that the city is a bee city. The benefits of the long grass and of the native plants is that the naturalized garden is more resilient to climate change. It captures more water, doesn't require as much water by unnatural means, so use of city water or well water. Requires less pesticide, less lawn mowing, and is very has received a wide interest from many people within the city. Before proposing these bylaw amendments, the city consulted with the public, and you will see at attachment 8 to the report are the results from the city's survey through our Jump In platform, so Jump In City of Kawartha Lakes. Of the 451 persons polled, who replied, 50% of the people were within urban areas, and 85% supported the proposed changes. The concerns to the proposal were concerns related to increase of ticks, rats, increase of allergies, and the aesthetics. The current prohibitions within the bylaw that this report seeks to change prohibit grass and weeds in excess of 8 inches within urban areas, which includes hamlet areas, on residential, commercial, institutional, and industrial properties. In addition, only in Lindsay does a boulevard maintenance bylaw require an adjacent property owner to maintain the boulevard that is adjacent to their property. So that is bylaw 97-136, and that is in Lindsay only. So in any other part of the municipality, the adjacent property owner doesn't need to maintain the city-owned boulevard adjacent to the street. Now, in passing, I referenced the Weed Control Act, and the Weed Control Act itself is attached at attachment D to the report. But probably the most important part of that act is the schedule to that act. And I in oversight, failed to attach it. So I've asked clerks and communications to attach the schedule, which sets out the list of noxious weeds by their common name as well as their scientific name, to attach it for the report on the 26th when this comes back, as well as in the jump in page. So there are 25 noxious weeds within the Noxious Weed Act, such as ragweed, dog strangling vine, poison ivy, not dandelions. So the full list will be available, but of course, if there's any questions, please do ask. One of the concerns as well, of course, from the public was encroachment with sight lines. So if you have a property that's on the edge of two streets, there could be a concern with sight lines. Those are already dealt with through the city's encroachment bylaws and zoning bylaws. So generally along boulevards within the city property, any vegetation is to be kept to 0.3 of a meter. And within sight triangle, 0.8 of a meter. So that would correspond to 1 foot for your sort of front yard. And then as you are at a sight triangle where two streets intersect, if you have a corner lot, to 0.8 of a meter or 2.6 feet. So those are already dealt with and will remain as provisions. The report also seeks to introduce some housekeeping amendments. These are largely introduced in pages 4 and 5 of the report, and are simply because when municipal law enforcement was working through the bylaw as it exists, realized some areas of improvement, changes in legislation, so this would consolidate the changes into this clean and clear bylaw. The only more substantive change is for timeline for compliance that is being proposed is to reduce from 14 days down to 3, which would mean that if you had, for example, garbage on your front lawn and by law came to your house, they could give you 3 days as opposed to 2 weeks. It was found that for some simple things like garbage on lawns, that 14 days was too long. And those are my overview comments. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Thank you. I think I got a couple. Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, just a few comments, if I might. I do want this to go through and speak to it in 2 weeks. But there's some things that, because there are some things in this that make sense, such as your garbage piece and a few others to me. Being somebody who taught grade 8 science for I don't know how long, I certainly understand and have explored all the benefits of and the need for taking a look at bees and pollination and butterflies. If you want to improve pollinating, though, you have to have data. And I would want to see a lot more than just this is good for the environment. So I'll get to the point. I wasn't surprised to see who agreed with this going forward in terms of the different departments, because each of those groups suffers understaffing related to weed control. So it made sense to me that there's a lot of merit to this possibility. Ironically, though, we just hired 2 weed inspectors. So the one division I don't see on the list is economic development. And over the next 2 weeks, I'd like to ask Manager Mustard to weigh in on these proposed changes by council as well. If there was guaranteed scientific evidence at council that these changes will have the impact that they're suggesting, I'd be in. But currently, I have to be honest, I see a town that might look messy trying to attract businesses and attract economic prospects. Now, I don't want to be quoted as saying that I'm promoting business over environment. That's not what I'm saying. No, I'm not. I said I'd like an expert to weigh in on the possible economic impact and an expert to show me the data that supports doing this. As a councillor for Ward 5, I believe my research, far more consultation than the jump-in numbers, and I'd like to speak to that. Jump-in's a great program, I'm not against it, but if we're claiming that 450 people were polled, and I'm 10,000 people in Ward 5, I'm sorry, but there's another way that people poll regularly, and it's called my phone number. And they do it all the time. And I go to a lot of events in this town, not just because I like it, which I do, but because it's an instant access for many, many people to comment. And I have spoken to this item on this agenda in Ward 5, and without using the word I can guarantee you, I will say I am extremely confident that as the councillor for Ward 5, this is not something the majority of the people would want to see. A lot of them are too busy working and spending time with their families than to be going on jump-in. So to convolute this issue and suggest that pollinators will be affected, it's unfounded. We encourage many opportunities like this. We have many such dedicated spaces in our city. People pay taxes and expect bylaw enforcement that allows them to enjoy their property. Many homes in Ward 5, I lost count after 130, have gardens in the back and front yards that are pollinators. Have we consulted local conservation authority experts, environmental scientists who feels that these bylaw amendments are necessary for excellent pollination? Those are the things I'd like to see over the next 2 weeks. The key being I really would like to see what Rebecca Mustard has to say and about this in terms of economic development. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for your report, Robin. Can you tell me how many other municipalities have taller grass bylaws? And I know that you have some background in environmental science, and maybe you can be able to add some science in the next couple weeks, but that's my first question. Thank you.
So I believe, and I'm squirming a little bit because my memory is not good enough to remember. I think it was 14 other municipalities. It's on the jump-in page, but there are a good number of municipalities that have long grass provisions. And then what we have seen, unfortunately, in the media is that it's difficult to really identify what a pollinator garden is. Sometimes, and there have been some unfortunate instances where bylaw has come and cut down a pollinator garden that a family's worked really hard on. So there are municipalities throughout Ontario that do have long grass bylaws, but then without that shifty mindset, there is, sometimes an enforcement that doesn't go along with that bylaw. Now, you are correct. I do have a degree in wildlife biology, so this would not be my area of speciality. However, I am relying on the science provided by the Conservation Authority and was placed into the lake management plans, which is where I pulled my data from to write the report. So this is, again, not recreating the wheel. It's just simply taking the same positions of the experts in this area on water management and climate resiliency and applying it more broadly than has been applied to date.
Just to give you a little context, and I think I've told a couple councillors here that through B City Kawartha Lakes, we were looking at having a walk-by garden tour of areas around Bond Street in Lindsay, because many front yards have been changed into pollinator gardens, and it's a shift. And I'd like to see this at least as a pilot project to see if there's buy-in. You're still going to have some people who are not going to keep their yards kept up. And we've had, maybe 10 or 12 of those anyway. And with all the noxious weeds bylaw, that would probably stop the really messiness of it, because then the weeds inspector would have to be called in and it would have to be dealt with, because I think, was it 25 noxious weeds that, yeah. So right off the bat, it's not just going to be allowed to just look terrible. And I envision this as something going forward that you could actually have different neighborhoods, compete with other neighborhoods like the area around Bond Street or different places in Bobcaygeon, bringing in pollinator gardens. So there's a whole shift away from, the front yard and grass all the time. So I think that's the background of why we want to do that. And I see that you need science for sure, but there is science there that the Conservation Authority did. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. We'll have Deputy Mayor Richardson, then Councillor Joyce, Perry, Ashmore, and Smeaton.
We all have a lot to say today. Thank you, through you. I just kind of, going through this report, I did struggle with some of the language as well in it, and there's been some considerations put forth by Councillor Smeaton, for some additional information. I think that's great. Also, just to maybe segue onto what Councillor Warren said, a pilot project, and when you look at the last line saying that additional costs associated with increased staffing pressures recommended to be tracked and referred to the 2025 operating budget. So just keep that in your mind if that's where you think you're going. Thank you.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. First of all, I'm in support of pollinator habitats, 100%. I'm not in support the way this bylaw is written. I think there's got to be an emphasis on garden. And although Councillor Warren kind of mitigated some of my concerns, because what I don't want to see is just a bunch of front lawns where people just get lazy and say, well, that's my pollinator lawn. I want to see a garden. So if we can somehow define, and I don't have the right answer to this, but define garden, pollinator garden, as opposed to just letting a front lawn go unkept. That's what I don't want to see. I like the idea of a pilot project too. Probably Ward 5 might be a good spot to start. I don't know. Just joking, Councillor Smeaton.
Ms. Carlson.
Thank you, through you, to the councillor, and raises a very interesting question on bylaw interpretation and vagueness. And I had really struggled with that same concept, because a lot of people say, I want pollinators, but I want the gardens to look pretty. And so I delved into that and what other municipalities had done looking at gardens or aesthetics. And it really does become difficult to define what aesthetics are, to regulate on an aesthetic basis or an effort basis. And so what I looked at is, what is the result? A natural field will naturally pollinate over time and become more of a habitat. It doesn't matter if you spent $1,000 on that garden or $0, if the resultant product is the same, no. And what we have seen in other municipalities, what we have seen from some front page media news is sometimes bylaw will take down what is a pollinator garden because it looks to bylaw like weeds on the ground. And what it looks like to the homeowner is an aesthetically pleasing garden that they have planted, that they have maintained, in some cases have had school trips come to their front yard and really are quite proud of it. And so they would say, this is aesthetically pleasing to me. And so for that reason, I wrote the bylaw the way I did, for enforcement purposes, to make it easy to enforce, to make it clear. And it would be a difficult thing to enforce if we tried to put subjective provisions in the bylaw regarding aesthetics or gardens. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Thanks very much, Mayor, and thanks for bringing this forward, Solicitor Carlson. Just to be able to make a few comments on how the bylaw is laid out and how it's designed. To me, this really doesn't, I really wanted to go forward for further consultation and for further discussion at our next council meeting. I really don't think it is a lazy get out of cut your lawn free card. especially the way the approach, as Solicitor Carlson just mentioned, is a naturalized garden approach, results-based. Not just you don't get to cut your lawn. The aesthetics argument I find is interesting. As we progress, aesthetics change. Remember those ugly old blue boxes that we had to put out for recycling that everybody hated because they're ugly and blue? Right now we don't even think of them. Or those LED Christmas lights that save energy and electricity. Too faint, right? And now they're everywhere. Aesthetics change over time, and if we're going to have an economic development approach, which I welcome, it should also be considered people who wish to, or businesses who wish to move to a green, environmentally progressive area where they're able to live in communities that have naturalized gardens moving forward. And those are just some of the considerations that I'd put forward for us to think about in the coming weeks. Also, very important to myself is for Ward 3 is the idea of rainwater capture. And I'd like to know more about that. So if I could ask, like Councillor Smeaton did, to have the appropriate department provide a little more information for our next council meeting on the rainwater capture of capacity of naturalized gardens. The less water, less demand or drain on municipal sewers, for example. And so with those comments and observations in mind, I look forward to supporting this going forward for consideration at the next council meeting, at our next get-together.
For your question on water, why don't you get in touch with the manager of water and wastewater, Amber Hayter?
Okay, and is Councillor Smeaton going to get in touch with Ms. Mustard, or is she going to be part of the report coming forward?
Yep. I assume he said he was going to.
No, I asked that her name be listed and that she be.
Okay.
Nothing, it wasn't for me to be making the call. I'd like her to read this report and weigh in back at council, like the others did. Thanks.
As would I, Mayor. That way it's not just coming from the councillor at Ward 3.
Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I wanted to thank Ms. Carlson for her report. We're all in agreement that pollination is really, it's always been important. It's an important part of nature. But when I'm looking at this here, I'm looking at defining weeds. There's a big difference between a weed and a noxious weed. I can give you a definition here. The Ontario Federation of Agriculture, their position, and this applies because we have in our municipality, we have towns, and we have a field right beside it. Everywhere you can get examples. So infestations of noxious weeds can significantly limit crop yields, while farmers can undertake measures to reduce weeds, either chemical or non-chemical, on their own farms. The presence of weeds on neighboring properties, including road allowances, can make on-farm weed control an ongoing problem. So I had asked a solicitor there about a specific property that we own in the city, and it's between the Correction Center and the Lindsay Ops landfill on Highway 36, about 120 acres. And as people see it, it's in a kind of an unkept stage right now. Now I had a local farmer, wanted to cut it for free just to get the weeds down, and I was told that would be a bee pollinator habitat. But I went and just had a little look at it, and there is a list of, there are 25, these are the list of 25 noxious weeds in Ontario. And through either my experience in 4-H or also in the Land Resource Science Department, Ontario Agricultural College, University of Guelph, which I graduated from and took this course and practiced it. They told us to go out there and identify weeds. I went out and identified the following weeds just on that property: bull thistle, Canada thistle, wild carrot, milkweed, poison ivy, ragweed, Scotch thistle, and giant hogweed. So we have eight noxious weeds already on one property. So this is really concerning for me, because we're going to be, you're not going to see this really in town. When I mean the larger centers like Lindsay, Bobcaygeon, Fenelon Falls, Omemee, and other places. But I'll give you an example of the cities that have gone this way. I was in Toronto about a week ago. My son and I went out to the island. I couldn't believe that so much tall grass. The islands are still nice. Out to Center Island, waiting for the ferry to get back. The grass is this high now, and you have water bottles in it. You have tissues that are caught in it. When you have long grass, a lot of material gets caught in it. and as opposed to a nice clean cut lawn. It doesn't have to be golf course looking lawn. I cut my grass fairly high, but because I think that's much healthier, especially when it's dry. So yeah, I just think that we're going to have a lot of unkept properties, and we're trying to keep these properties looking half decent, and people take a lot of pride in their property. Not that you don't take a lot of pride if you have a natural garden or a natural lawn, but I just think this maybe is, I don't know, I'm having a difficulty trying to support this. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I look forward to the day that the popular aesthetic is a messy lawn. But I am pleased. I am pleased that Councillor Warren kind of emphasized my point, to be honest, and that's, she mentioned Bond Street, and that there are people doing pollinator gardens, and they look great. So she's really proven my point. There's no need to be amending a bylaw. What she'd like to see is already happening. So I have a solution. The solution is you don't change anything in this bylaw except for the things that I want 2 weeks to look at. Some of them seem very, very wise. And when it comes to pollinating, her words, not mine, we're seeing it all along Bond Street. And no one's going out and chopping down these butterfly pollinating gardens that people have. So we clearly already have it in place where if people do that, we have a wonderful bylaw group and everybody else who, when they drive by, they don't go, hey, let's chop that down. So what exists is, in my mind, already in place. No one's chopping down these gardens, and to start messing with this bylaw, to me, just it opens up a whole host of conversations that we're going to have hopefully in 2 weeks and come to the right solution. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
For you, interesting that the councillor said that he'd like to get behind this to start with and then not. So that's an interesting comment, just saying. So for the bluescaping part of this, Kawartha Conservation a few years ago had a program which was called bluescaping, and they would be able probably to give information on that for this bylaw going forward. So I would like Kawartha Conservation to comment on this also. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, through you, maybe just for clarification, because there's been 3 requests for follow-up information for an item that's coming back in 2 weeks and is only at committee currently. I'm not sure we're going to be able to formally report in on these various issues like we would in a staff report through to you. Certainly council members can educate sort of and reach out to individuals if it's needed to make a decision in 2 weeks. If you as a council want a follow-up report on the economic development impact or the water wastewater sort of impacts as well, you should direct that at the council meeting formally. That's when you'd be making a decision, and you would either be deferring that decision for more information. I just don't want council to leave today, or committee in this case, that we're necessarily going to be able to provide all of these analyses from external and internal groups within 2 weeks.
That was certainly my expectation, and my expectation was also that it was good at the council meeting, it would get referred back to staff. I do have a couple of questions of my own, Ms. Carlson. The one thing that jumped out at me was on page 167, where it talked about Schedule A of that bylaw allows for owners of private property to place vegetation in the city-owned boulevard adjacent to their properties with certain restrictions. That already exists?
That does exist. That's the city's encroachment bylaw, 2018-017, and allows for soft scaping within the city's boulevard adjacent to their property, but not any hardscaping, and the softscaping has some height limitations so that it doesn't propose a hazard for the traveling public.
Thank you. I guess my other comment is, we're very fortunate and we live in a municipality that probably has more open space, more forests, more lots that are rural in nature and allow grasses and weeds and bushes and all sorts of other plants to flourish. And I'm wondering, it seems to me that the pollinators have a huge area in which milkweed and a lot of the other things certainly exist. And I'm not against people putting in pollinator gardens. I think that's fine. I just wonder if we're going a little overboard with the lawns and allowing grasses to grow to 8 inches. 8 inches is fairly high. I prefer to keep mine when I have it at 4 inches or in that area. But anyway, I do have a couple of problems with the bylaws written, and it's going to be interesting to hear the discussion as we go forward, and it would be good to hear from some other folks in other departments, their opinions as well. But thank you for your work on this. I know it couldn't have been easy trying to drag this all together and all the differing interests. So I'll look for that report, LGL 2023-001, proposed amendments to yard clean and clear bylaw to permit long grass and native plants in urban areas be received. That proposed amendments to the city's yard and clear bylaw 2014-026, as amended as outlined in attachment A, be advanced to council for approval, and that these recommendations be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. Councillor Warren, seconded by Councillor Smeaton. All in favor? And that's passed. I'll get you next time, Councillor Yeo, on the move. Moving on, 8.2 RS 2023-033. Proposed amendments to policy CP 2021-033, being the disposal of real property policy, affordable housing first. Are you doing this, Ms. Carlson, or is Laura Carnican? Oh, it's Sherry. Hi.
Hello.
Would you like to give us an overview of this?
Yes. These are proposed amendments to the disposal of real property policy. Any city-owned property proposed for surplus declaration will be reviewed to determine if it's suitable for an affordable housing development. So this property identifies some city-owned properties that might be suitable for affordable housing. Once they've been reviewed by the land management team, we will enter into discussions to determine whether they require further review to see if it could be proposed for affordable housing development. So it lists some properties in this report that we've already presented to be proposed for affordable housing development. So the report includes attached maps for the different properties and sets them out in a span of 2019 to 2029. It identifies the Copaconk train station, some vacant lots on Sibley Avenue in Omemee, and then for the period of 2031 to 2051, we propose 68 Lindsay Street, which has a long-term lease with the Kawartha Lakes Housing Corporation and also the Denfield Road property.
Thank you.
Basically, it's just saying that we would look toward whether the properties that we're looking to surplus would be suitable for affordable housing and go there first if they are.
Thanks, appreciate that. Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, that's actually where my question was going. So we have basically 268 units that could possibly be affordable units, and I was just wondering, going through this process, we'll be getting another report. Do you have like some type of time frame on that?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we presented in the report the timeline for from 2019 to 2051. And then generally speaking, any property that comes forward and goes to LMT, there's a member of the housing group that's on that committee, so they can speak to say, hey, wait a minute, this would be something that might be appropriate for affordable housing. So they also have that opportunity in LMT if they think there's something that should be pulled and earmarked for affordable housing.
Thank you, that's great clarification.
So do you run this past Halliburton Kawartha Housing Corporation and Michelle Corley when these properties come forward?
Yeah, that is what I'm saying. Yes.
Councillor,
We offer them the first
Councillor Perry.
if it can.
Thanks very much, Mayor, and thank you for this. What an excellent idea. So consistent with our urgent need for housing here in Kawartha Lakes and the city's various plans. I just had a couple of points for clarity, if I could, in reviewing the memo that you'd submitted. Page 2, for example, it talks about these properties were reviewed, and then it gives properties. Is what's being requested an affordable housing lens approach so that all properties the city owns will be reviewed for that, and these ones have been done so far? Or is it simply to proceed with the ones that have already been identified?
So through the mayor to the councillor, yes. So that has happened with these properties, and it's a go forward lens that we use. So
Fantastic.
Going forward, we would also review them that way.
Great. And of course, findings have weight. You know, findings matter. When such a finding is made or a determination, what impact does that have on the land itself or the parcel of property?
So through the mayor to the councillor, once we've identified them, if it is determined that the human services agrees with our designation that we feel that this would be appropriate for affordable housing, or they have earmarked it something that they think would be appropriate, then that's how it proceeds. It goes forward that way.
Go forward meaning?
Disposal.
All right, so anything to be built there would have to meet these days a definition of affordable housing. Is that correct?
So through the mayor to you, could you just clarify your question, please?
Right, so therefore, once the finding is determined, any development of that land would have to be deemed affordable housing or meet affordable housing requirements. Is that correct?
Through the mayor to the councillor, that's correct.
Excellent, thank you.
Ms. Faber, did you wish to comment?
Yeah, I just want to thank you, Sherry, and through you to the rest of council. I just wanted to make the correlation, obviously, given Michelle Corley, our manager of housing services presentation in July around our affordable housing targets, and how this was one of the actions that was listed that we could do corporately to kind of, at least if there's a disposition of land or a infrastructure, we could actually look at it to see if it is relevant. So to Councillor Perry's question, that would be something then an assessment could be done at that point. So it puts us in good stead. And given recently MMAH's, Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing's announcement about our housing target and our housing pledge, this correlates quite nicely with that going forward, and again puts us out in front of that if we can pass this right now. That just allows us to look at the affordable housing component on the whole housing continuum for our development. So I just wanted to make those correlations, and as well, Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, as you know, also just recently launched that they are looking at that definition of affordable housing too. So in how we assess it and utilize it, that will give us hopefully some further clarity. So I just wanted to...
That's very helpful, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, under the city-owned properties available for affordable housing, one was 68 Lindsay Street beside the existing 68. And I just had a question about that. It says that 68 could become available once the municipal comprehensive review is complete. When is that? Is there a target date for, it says once the municipal comprehensive review is complete. So when is that scheduled to be completed? I'm not sure who to ask. Sorry.
Maybe I'll jump on and answer that. So that is currently underway. We do have capacity results for Lindsay, which indicate that that we will need to do some upgrades to water and sewer to give us capacity for growth past 2031 to the 2051 timeline. So now it'll be staff working with, as a team, engineering, planning, and Kawartha Lakes Housing or Human Services, as the case may be, to look at where in that period of time the development occurs. Because of course we're all, until we do significant upgrades to the water and sewer plants, we're all sharing out of one very small pot right now in Lindsay for capacity.
And then when that's finished, the properties are redesignated from the open space to the residential need. Will that go through PAC? Just so I keep my eye out for that. That would have to go through planning committee. We would see that zoning change at a PAC meeting, or would that be council first? I'm not sure.
Ideally, and I would refer this over to the Director of Development Services, but the designation itself would be considered for residential where it isn't in the growth master plan, but then more importantly, the servicing for these developments would be allocated into the city's water and sewer plans for growth, and then we could determine when it would be appropriate to develop additional properties within Lindsay without overtopping our current capacity levels.
Thank you.
Councillor Yule.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. The Coboconk train station property, it is quite a large property, so I'm trying to get a graph on a 20-unit build and what that entails. Is that utilizing some of the 86 or so odd acres that are left, or is that utilizing the wellness center building itself? Because I have people asking me that. The wellness center gets built, is it going to be a wellness center, or are they going to turn it into housing? So I'm taking for granted that it's the actual 86-acre parcel, because there's actually a lot of private individuals who are expressing interest in doing seniors housing and assisted living housing and all sorts of stuff as a private venture on that 86 acres as well. So is this just something to complement the capital project currently going on there?
Yes, I'll take this if you don't mind, Ms. Dyer. This as well, the city has reached out to the Coboconk Chamber of Commerce, who is running the current construction of the wellness center. This is not to take away from that or impact that project at all, but simply to look at future use once that build is complete and the wellness center is in place and operational, to look at the rest of the 86-acre property for additional housing needs. And that received the support of the chamber.
Yeah, and just follow up, and I appreciate that. Why such a little number on such a big property? 20 units, it seems quite small. It is designated for development, and there's actually plans for a quite substantial subdivision there at one point, and even an old age home that failed at one point too. So why only 20 units?
The unit counts that were provided to us were determined by the city's housing department in terms of needs. So it was looked at 20 units would be appropriate for the Coboconk area.
Thank you.
Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you. Through you to Sherry. As far as the Sibley Avenue property, weren't those lots for sale? And I know that there's been demand for them. did we not get any response on, once we put them up for sale, those lots? Because they are in a good location and saleable lots, and just wanted to know what happened there. Was there just no interest at all in the lots? I know they were advertised at one time.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we did not receive sufficient interest in the properties, so they have now been pulled, and we're now looking at them for affordable housing.
Yeah, yes, I'm okay. Just one more question. The Denfield property in Lindsay, years ago there was a stipulation that would be sold and proceeds would go to the Kawartha Lakes Airfield, which is what it's called now, the airport. Is that still in place if it is sold to a developer, that the proceeds go to the airport?
No, I think council, probably in 2017, 2018, wrote off that loan to the airport and the Denfield property because there were objections to what was happening and it was going to be hung up for a while. We didn't do anything with it. And so it is, I believe, available, and the proceeds will not go to the airport.
Okay, thanks. And the final question is 68 Lindsay Street North. What would be the criteria to qualify for a residence, an apartment, a flat there? Like what are they changing, or how will that? Just trying to make it as to sell to the neighborhood. I know it's not in my ward, but just a question. Like, pardon. I just, it's going to come up, but I mean, I just asking. Like, would there be public meetings, or would there be about that development?
Of course.
So through the mayor to the councillor, I'm not sure if the of course was the answer to that. But I'm just aware that this particular property has a long-term lease with the Kawartha Lakes Housing Corporation. So I don't know offhand what the criteria would be to get a unit there. But it's the same people that we currently that would be running it are the same as Human Services.
Yes, that property, through you to Sherry, it's at the corner of, I guess it's sort of between Caroline and Colburn and Lindsay Street North, but it used to be an old coal deposit area, like a coal yard, and there's so much fill there. It would be a huge amount of money to take that fill out. Like, will they be looking at how much it's going to cost to actually remediate that land so we can have housing there? Like, how much would the cost be to even get that site ready?
So through the mayor to the councillor, I can't offhand say how much it would cost to make that site ready, but yes, it would have to be cleaned up before it would move forward.
Thanks.
Ms. Faber?
Yeah, I was just going to say, through you, Mayor, to Councillor Ashmore, certainly to your question around eligibility for a unit once it is built, is all based in legislation, and it's all based around our funding components and rent geared income and the number of RGI units, that type of thing. It's based on the pro forma that's developed to actually build whatever we decide to build there, based on, as Solicitor Carlson had indicated, around when the land is actually serviced and when it's in our plan to service it. So it's a long ways down the road yet, but there is pro forma and legislation that supports that.
Thank you.
Councillor Perry.
Just very briefly, in response to Councillor Yo's comment, I would assume that those 20 units evaluation are for affordable rent-geared income or actual affordable units, which would be part of a mix of a bigger complex of units at market rent. So I would think it wouldn't simply be a 20 unit use of that land.
Okay. Report RS 2023-033, proposed amendments to CP 2021-033, disposal of real property policy, affordable housing first be received, that the proposed amendments to council policy CP 2021-033, disposal of real property policy consolidated with the existing policy in track change format at Appendix B and in clean format at Appendix C be approved, and that these recommendations be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. Councillor Perry, Deputy Mayor Richardson. All in favor? And that's passed. Next item is 8.3, which is a request for encroachment agreement, 8 Monty's Inn Street. Sherry, were you going to speak to this?
I will speak to this. So this was a request for an encroachment agreement for 8 Monty's Inn Road. This request was brought to LMT. Well, to LMT, it was actually a request for 6 Monty's Inn that we were listening to. That their request was denied, and we spoke to the encroachments all in this area. So at that meeting, we spoke to both 6 Monty's Inn and 8 Monty's Inn, and kept the 2 decisions in line. So we spoke to the encroachments such as parking, garbage, a children's play set, and then we denied that. At 8 Monty's Inn, there was all of those encroachments, and then in addition to that, there was an already approved. There were several already approved sheds. So LMT wanted to treat both sites the same. The wording of the previous council resolution to allow the encroachment of the buildings only seemed to contemplate this scenario. So these encroachments affect the city's aesthetics.
Thank you.
So
Councillor McDonald.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. I have a recommendation. If I have a second, I'd like to speak to it. Just need the recommendation.
Go ahead and speak to it. I mean, we're going to refer this to council, and at council, you can extract it and do anything you want with it.
Okay, want to talk about this, about the history. These individuals, the Turners, have been living there for 20 years, okay? There's never been a problem. They've kept the property absolutely perfect. The city never took care of it, so they took care of it. They've treated this as their property for 20 years. They plan on spending there the rest of their life there. This Monty's Inn, it comes with a lot of history and goes back to 1937, but very interesting. It has no value whatsoever. If there had be some value, then somebody should be telling me, because right now the city hasn't done anything for 20 years there. The biggest issue that guilty is charged is that they did have some metal and stuff like that, and all those things have been cleaned up. The big issue is that there's 4 or 5 vehicles are sitting there that they park because it's close to their front door, which everybody else would like to park like that. So I guess that I'm a little confused. After 20 years, somebody brings this up. It just doesn't seem right to me. But anyway, we figured I'd talk to the Turners, Mr. and Mrs. Turner, and we feel that the only way to resolve this is that maybe I'd like the recommendation I have to go back to staff is that I'd like to go back and the Turners would maybe purchase this land, and the land management team tells us what it's worth, or tell me what they're going to do with the land. I'm not sure, but that's my recommendation, is that the Turners are interested in buying this property.
So let's do it this way. Let's refer it to council. Let's move the motion as printed, and when it gets to council, you extract it and look for a seconder and make your motion and send it back to staff to see if the property can be purchased. You okay with that?
Yep, that's fine.
Did you? You're seconding? Okay. So it's as printed, and the seconder is Councillor Warren. Any questions? All in favor? And that's passed. Item 8.4 is request for an encroachment agreement, 51 Cambridge Street South. Sherry, were you going to speak to that one?
Yeah, I'll speak to this one as well. So this was also an item that was heard by LMT. The group decided to deny the request and request that the fence be relocated onto the resident's property. The recommendation was grounded in prioritizing the safety and preserving access to essential infrastructure. So the relocation provides an unobstructed sight triangle at the intersection, mitigating potential risks for pedestrians and drivers.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald.
My turn again. Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. I disagree with the site triangle for the intersection. The owners have lived there for 40 years. This fence has been up there for 20 years. And one thing that they haven't noticed, if anybody doesn't know, but this is a four-way stop now, so there is no obstruction. And unfortunately, if somebody runs a stop sign, unfortunately, we can't control that. So what they're saying here is that I disagree with. I also want to point out, too, that we have previously made these encroachment agreements in the city, and one is on 59 Cambridge Street North, which is also in the report, that they also have a fence, and we got an agreement with them that they can keep their fence. Also, later in the report, it also says that if the encroachment is permitted, that there's some areas that they have to do, that the license agreement will be instructed in a way to attempt to make the city insured and indemnified for a third-party claim, such as a collision at the intersection, resulting in the encroachment. The owner has agreed to that. Similar, any other license agreement will be required to the owner on 51 Cambridge Street to waive their rights for compensation in the event of the fence needs to be removed or located or relocated because of utilities and road widening. They also agree with that. And further, to any license agreement will require the owner on 51 Cambridge Street South to waive their rights for compensation in the event and the damage of the fence resulting of a snow clearing activity with snowplow, which they also are in agreement. So I also like to recommend that we send that, just recommend that we approve this encroachment and send that to be approved at our council, if I could have a second.
Okay. Seconded by Councillor Ashmore. Any questions, comments? Seeing none, it's as printed. All in favor? Oh, hang on. Councillor Joyce.
I'm going, Mayor, I got a question, but I'm on mute. Access to services, that's no big deal. What I'm against this, though, is the sight lines. I strongly believe it's a safety issue. I'm looking at the picture here. It's not going to take much. I hope everybody's sitting down here, but sometimes people go through stop signs. That does happen. Someone riding a bicycle coming one way and a car coming another way, we have a bad situation here. I think the resident, if they can pull back the fence at the corner, just to prove those sight lines, can still keep the fence, keep a lot of his front yard, just kind of meet us part way here, then I would find it more acceptable. But the way it is right now, I think it sets a dangerous precedent. Its sight lines is a strong safety issue. I'm against this the way it's as it stands right now, just on that basis. So I think that has to be very, very carefully looked at. The fact that they've been there for 20 years or 40 years is immaterial. It's what we have to look at is right now and the potential of problem. And I do have a question for Solicitor Carlson. Are we fully indemnified no matter what? I mean, due diligence is due diligence.
Well, I mean, it's the city will do what it can with the contractual provisions. So we'll provide that the owner will name the city in its homeowner policies as a secondary named insured. There, of course, can always be a denial of coverage and the city exposure, or the city, might overtop. They might have a $2 million policy and it's an $8 million claim. So it's not a definite that despite our best efforts that we wouldn't be exposed to lawsuits, definitely.
Okay, so we are risking exposure here. Thank you.
So you'll get your chance, in 2 weeks at the council meeting to make your argument, right? So you need to change that. It's saying the encroachment agreement not be offered and the encroaching fence be relocated to, on, or within the applicant's property boundaries. So you're going to have to change that to that the encroachment agreement be allowed as it stands, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. Are you good with that?
Yes, I'm good with that, thanks.
And Councillor Ashmore, are you good with that? Okay. All in favor? Okay, that's passed. Moving on to 8.5, and we're coming up to the Emily Turner show.
If I could, Mayor, perhaps in the interest of efficacy, 8.5 through 8.9 are different premises, yet very similarly situated in terms of their status before us today, having come as a recommendation from the Heritage Committee. I've talked to Ms. Turner. There are still procedures such as notification of the owners, which will follow a decision after next council meeting. So I'm just wondering if perhaps we could consider these together, subject to Ms. Turner's general input.
Are you fine with that, Ms. Turner, that we lump them all together and move them as printed?
Not a problem at all. No, I can give an overview of all of them if that's helpful, but they were brought forward together actually for that reason, because they're all similar and close together.
So you're good?
Yep, good to go.
Okay. We'll have to take them individually, okay? Yeah.
It's fine.
Councillor Warren, did you want to talk to? Okay, so we're going to do them one at a time. So 8.5 as printed. Moved by Councillor Perry, seconded by Councillor Warren. Comments, question? All in favor? That's passed. 8.6 as printed. Moved by Councillor Perry, seconded by Deputy Mayor Richardson. All in favor? That's passed. 8.7, moved by Councillor Perry, as printed, Councillor Warren. All in favor? That's passed. 8.8, moved by Councillor Perry, as printed. There's a delay, you see. I'm looking up there to see if any of them want a second. Hey, Councillor Joyce. Seconded by Councillor Joyce. All in favor? And that's passed. And 8.9, moved by Councillor Perry, seconded by Councillor Warren. All in favor? Oh, Councillor Ashmore.
Yeah, I'm in favor. I just had a question through you, Mr. Mayor, to Emily, and the mover, Councillor Perry, mentioned about notification. So has everybody been notified? I know on the Heritage Committee, one of the things we try to change was to make sure.
It's coming up.
Okay,
sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but as I said, this will gear there in the notification process.
Okay, so they
in
haven't.
Talking to Ms. Turner.
They haven't been notified?
No, I met with Ms. Turner talked to her this week. The process is that it's public, but no notification until it's been to council.
That's fine.
And then the owners receive a package and all kinds of procedural information to submit their comments, and I have no doubt I will hear for those who may be in favor or opposed.
Councillor Warren, did you want to say something?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Emily. Just wondering why the building that was Great Finds, was not included. And I'll just say that this is the importance of heritage. This was my grandfather's store for many years, and it was sold in the 60s. They took the bay windows out of the front and put really awful siding up. So it's really ruined the look of the building, and this is why it's so important. But is that one of the reasons why that wasn't one of the buildings in the designation?
No, so the rationale for choosing these buildings in particular to go forward today is that these are buildings that are already currently listed on our heritage register. So at the moment with our designations, we're focused on fulfilling our Bill 23 obligations that the province has asked of us, which is to review and designate our listed properties. So that particular property isn't listed. It is, I would say, in downtown Hamilton Falls in particular, we do have a number of historic properties there that are not currently listed or designated, and it would be worthwhile in the future reviewing those, but at this time we're just trying to get through those Bill 23 obligations that we have.
Okay. We have a mover and seconder for that. All in favor? And that's passed.
Just a point of clarification, my understanding, Ms. Turner, sorry, Mayor, point of clarification. My understanding, Ms. Turner, from our conversation is that in the process, official notice would go out once these have been approved for consideration by council, correct? Or does the notice go out now?
That's correct. So it'll go after council's has considered it. So that's the process that we're required to follow by the province.
Right.
They're very specific about the steps we have to take. So once council gets these on the 26th, presuming council decides to go ahead with these designations, we send an information package out to the owners, letting them know how they can object, what it means for them. Some general more information that we had, we've got a big package of information we send to people, and then they can come forward with objections or questions, and we work through those. But that would be after the September 26th meeting.
Thank you.
Councillor McDonald, do you want to say something?
Yeah, excuse me, through you. It just seems to be kind of backwards, is that we're going to approve something for heritage, and then we're going to let the people know. What's the problem? Why wouldn't you let them know now, and before we approve it? Like, it seems to be kind of backwards to me, but we're going to approve this, and they're going to wait for people to stand up and say they have a problem with it. It just seems backwards to me.
I think they just get a notice. Go ahead, Emily.
Yeah, so this is really just council directing staff to send a notice to the property owners saying we're looking at designating a property. That's actually what what all these reports are doing. So we send a notice out. We say, council has looked at your property. They see it has heritage value. They'd like to move forward with a designation. If you have an objection to that, let us know. Or if you have questions, let us know. And then the actual final designation doesn't occur until council receives the bylaw for the property. And for these properties, because we have a 30-day objection period, council probably won't receive that bylaw until probably December, by the time the whole process rolls out. So this isn't council saying, yes, we're absolutely going to designate the property. This is council saying, we think this property is heritage value. We would like staff to give notice to the property owner that our intention is to designate the property, but if they have issues with that, then it'll come back to council and we'll consider it again at that time.
Did we get a motion?
Yes, and passed.
And passed. Good. Moving on to memorandums. First memorandum 9.1, Councillor Perry. The memorandum regarding the evaluation of the City Roads program. Would you like to speak to it?
I would, just very briefly, thank you, Mayor. I hope at least the memo speaks for itself. I've talked to many of my council colleagues around the table. A lot of us for the campaign, there were 3 priorities: roads, roads, roads. I also take very much the point of Councillor Speeton earlier today that the second priority seems to be social infrastructure as well, especially in the context of growth. But imagine, if you will, a vision where a few days go by and we don't get a call about roads. Or we're able to have constituents who aren't being rattled around in their car or don't complain about their roads, or who are able to go out in the morning and have smooth road conditions. That's where this is coming from. Just the abundance of calls, emails, by far in Ward 3 at least, are about the condition of our physical roads. And so, we have a 5-year plan in place. I understand that. It's compiled by experts, by engineers. But as we've kind of seen around this table, a lot of times roads don't respond to 5-year plans or different programs. And so me not being an expert on roads, but wanting to be part of a bigger solution, if there is one, this memo is to ask the experts, to ask engineering, to ask the roads department to evaluate the current plan, the 5-year plan and the programs contained in addition to that, to have a performance and progress report on targets. What contingencies or processes can we put in place to reprioritize road work if roads come up within those 5 years that really, really need doing? And we all have pictures as the one that was presented today that looks far too familiar throughout our municipality. I understand having 7 or 8 residents per road makes cost prohibitive. Also, as Councillor Richardson has duly noted, the $27 million we spend, by far our biggest expense here in Kawartha Lakes, doesn't go as far as it used to, especially with the costs increasing. But the problem remains. Those are explanations. How are we able to find ways and processes for reprioritizing road work, rather than us simply calling the roads department as councillors? How can we put in place perhaps a more transparent, a more consistent way that we can reprioritize our roads, that we hear from people or that we go out and see that need to be done in addition to the planning during the 5 years of each 5-year plan? Recommendations on things like changing costs, the impacts of climate change, new technology. A few of us attended the Good Roads Conference this year. I was kind of overwhelmed at all the different technologies that can be used for our roads, and I just don't know enough. I would like to know more. How are we pursuing those technologies? Are we taking advantage of those? If we are, great. What are the plans for the future? If not, why not? Perhaps there are great reasons and explanations that we can offer to our constituents. And of course, roads not simply being those lanes that we drive on, but how, in terms of new technology, working together with links to transit. There's a transit master plan coming up that's coming up for renewal and further input. Active transportation, how can that foster and inform a vision of our roads moving forward, which are so valuable as our physical infrastructure, but also impact our social and development infrastructure as we face this time of unprecedented growth. So this motion, this memo before you, is to very respectfully ask for an evaluation of the current plan, as well as expert thinking on how we can have a new process, or as I mentioned, a transparent process, a consistent process for us as councillors to bring our constituents' roads work concerns in term, and also look into the future on different aspects that we need to consider to have fully envisioned roads plan moving forward. That's what I would invite you to join me in having the staff bring back a report by the end of Q1 2024, so by the end of next March. Thank you, Mayor.
Let's see if we can get you a seconder. Councillor Ashmore. Okay, Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you. And Councillor Perry and I did have a pretty good conversation regarding this memo, and the one issue that really does stand out for me, why I think we need to have a look at it, maybe fine-tune some of our processes, is the fact that it's costing us more to do less. And, as, us all sitting around the table, we're constantly bringing roads that we want to address, but they've already been identified in the 5 years, and then that bumps something out of the year that we're going into. And that just makes sometimes residents frustrated when they're, watching what we're doing, and then all of a sudden it's moved back. The thaw freezes has definitely created a lot of issues in the last few years where, you've got minus 30 for 3 days and then you're plus 10. So, there's a lot of different factors that we have to take into consideration. I think there's been a lot of changes just in the last 5 years, and I don't think it's a bad idea to actually, maybe look at how we can maybe do things a little differently. So I'm in support of this memo at this time.
Thank you. Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you. I just had a few questions on this one so that I was clear in 2 weeks. One of the sentences in the memo says there are also recognized structural deficiencies in the existing roads plan. So I just wondered what those, a couple examples of those were.
Sure. To my knowledge, it would be, structural in terms of a plan for bringing a contingency plan within the plan itself on how to bring roads forward that might not conform, or how to address those. Sorry. All right. And and that inability to be able to address roads that may come up within the 5-year plan.
Okay, so another one that was in there was transit was listed. And fleet, Rod Porter's asking in the capital budget coming up for funding for a new transportation plan. So within this memo, I'm wondering, so that plan exists. It's going to be, let's assume, excellent. I have no reason not to, if it's in sync with the other one we've spoken to, where Fenelon and Omemee, and lots of conversations around Peterborough and Fleming College possibly being involved, and that's going to continue. So to me, I was curious why transit's involved. Is it because you're saying that you want the engineering department, when they come back after Q1, to have evidence that they've spoken with fleet about that and that it's becoming an in tandem thing? Because my understanding was that it would be in tandem anyway. Like I just assume the city functions where fleet's communicating with engineers and all those things, but that's what you're looking for then?
No, I don't think so. I think more of what I was looking for in this is around the word links, that the evaluation plan look at the links in terms of impact. If we're going to have enhanced transit, how does that impact on our need for roads? Maybe it increases costs, maybe it decreases, maybe, there are numbers of anticipated cars that will be taken off from wear and tear on the roads. Those kinds of links to be considered, or developments maybe.
Okay, and active transportation would be the same? Because I found when Director Shanks and Manager Johnson's presentation, I found it very thorough. That whole active transportation plan to be very complete. So again, I'm wondering where that would, why the engineering department. So they're expected now to go to, just so I know what they're bringing back as opposed to Director Shanks.
And I couldn't agree more on how thorough those plans are. We find often that they can operate sometimes in isolation or be siloed, and that roads are kind of seen as the physical things we drive vehicles on. And in this evaluation, are we able to bring in, we have the master transit plan coming up for review and its specificities. We have active transportation considerations. How are those informing how we look at and move forward with our vision of what needs to be done to solve our road crisis?
Okay, lastly, so that makes sense. That the last one I had was it's taking an inordinate amount of time, that things are taking an inordinate amount of time. I wondered about that word. I mean, that means disproportionately large or excessive. In the memo, it says the current state of our roads is impacting residents, absorbing resources, taxing workers, and taking an inordinate amount of time and energy. So I think most people would agree. I'm sure that everybody involved also knows they wish they could be doing it faster too. So how would this speed up the process that people are already trying, I think, to get done as fast as they can? But at that word, I just wondered if it had a derogatory term to it. To me, I wondered if it was what it was, why that word?
To me, it was value neutral. It was simply a fact that, it's taking so much time, political capital from us around the table, that is there a way to see how we're doing? What are the facts? I want to know information that I don't have access to necessarily as a councillor. Put a plan, evaluate the plan, and then bring in ways that we can perhaps do better. Get rid of the negative, accentuate the positive, perhaps bring in some new ideas. I don't know what I don't know, especially not as a roads expert. So let's see some out-of-the-box thinking, some creative solutions to try and do better on roads, to take the burden off staff, our roads workers, us around the table, our constituents who are, calling and emailing. I think it's definitely, I'm not bringing this from nowhere, right? I think we all agree.
Director Hawley.
Just to add to the conversation here, there is a lot of work going on between the Active Transportation Master Plan as well as the Transportation Master Plan. There's been a lot of data sharing between the two groups and the consultants, and we recently had a very productive meeting with the Transportation Master Plan group so that they understand what we're doing, we understand what they're doing, and so that the Active Transportation Master Plan from a policy perspective can be easily implemented by the engineering department where it needs to be, and that conversely, we understand what they're doing and they understand the policy development requirements that we need so that both documents can be adequately reflected in the city's official plan.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, and I just wanted to thank Councillor Perry for putting this together, and we talked about this as well, and you know, we need more input from everybody to get this done quicker, and we want to get these roads done quicker. I know I've put in memo after memo to get, and I encourage every other councillor to put memos and put lists together. There's nothing wrong with that. I support anyone with, any councillor with any list that they have for roads. I know the odd memo has gone, sort of slipped through the cracks, but I mean, you know, this would be a sort of a catch to make sure that nothing gets missed. And we could look at other things like financing and how we could do things maybe a little quicker and a little more efficient and financially sound for the corporation. Mr. Mayor, you started this whole thing in 2019 with your Roads 101, and that's what kick-started everything. And I thank you for that, because I think that's how we got things rolling. And you did a great job when you went to the different towns, villages, and did your presentation, and that really helped kickstart the whole thing here. Getting this 5-year roads plan, it's a good idea, but it's kind of, I don't know, spinning its wheels right now, because it needs some more I guess more strength and more direction. One of the things I don't know whether it would be a friendly amendment, but whether we talked about this, whether we could have a small task force, I'd certainly be willing to serve on it from council about this, because it is virtually your number one issue for the constituents. So I'm just wondering if that might be something that you would entertain either now or in the very near future.
We could talk about that at council, but I think it would be more helpful to get a report back, and then if you feel the necessity for a task force, we could look at it at that stage.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Warren?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I also support it. You know, we're all bringing memos. I will be quick because we're saying the same thing. But there has to be some sort of rationale. Like, we're going to have all these roads, extra roads, as people bring their issues forward, because that's what we're told to do. And so there needs to be different criteria. I mean, we're getting, we're fairly lucky here, but we could be getting flooding events that flood roads, that break them up because of climate change, all sorts of heat events, like heat and cooling events. So I look forward to supporting this in 2 weeks. Thank you.
Councillor Yule.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I too support the resolution, and I'd be very interested to see the report come back. But council's got to understand that the 5-year roads plan is a consultant and staff driven, and is changed constantly by that side of the table. And when council brings something back and they want to put a road on, we have to do it additionally to budget. So you have to remember in your mind that council has the ability and the right to represent the taxpayer. Maybe take one of those roads on there that people get upset when they say, well, this road doesn't even need work, but it's part of that. It's part of that fair road that we want to put some work into, so it doesn't fall into the poor. But there comes a time when the poor's got to take precedent over the fair road or the half decent road that might fall into disrepair in a couple of years. Those now roads are growing and growing. So it's a chicken and egg thing. Like, we can keep doing the 5-year road plan and adding our wish list roads in there as an addition to budget, or council can say, listen, you know what? We like the 5-year roads plan. There's some good work in there, but we have roads that have to get in there. They have to be prioritized. And council has the ability, and they just need the willpower to do that, and not have these memos keep coming, and memo after memo, and you get to budget time, and everybody's like, well, I'll support yours if you support mine. And how much money do we have? How much money does the public have? 10% tax increase might get some of them done. So I don't know what the answer is, but hopefully this report solves some of it. But council, remember, you got the power to change roads, not add them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore,
Just a question maybe to you. So basically there's 3 ways that we seem to get as a group, we get our roads in, either through deputations, through petitions, or memos. So can we still keep using either all of these 3? Because we did a deputation and we had a motion was passed, which was fine, and it went into 2024 for consideration as a decision unit. Which one's weighted more? Are they all the same, or can they?
They're basically all the same, and you can continue to do what you've been doing. There's no change, because if we go forward with this memo, we'll get a report back by the end of the first quarter, and we'll see where we go from there. Do you want to sum up? Oh, Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a thought with all the extra roads coming forward. I don't know how many there are through memorandums and whatever. It might be a good thing to have a roads tour of those specific roads. Maybe there are 10 of them, right? I don't know how many there are. It wouldn't be overwhelming, but then everybody can see them. You have a better idea. Anyway, just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to sum up?
Sure, briefly, and perhaps that's something we can consider once we have the report in terms of effective way to address the information. I think this is a good way to get the realities from the ground as well. The 5-year plan is a great tool. I don't want to take away from that. It's expertly done with engineering and boots on the ground, no pun intended. And Councillor Yeo, I think you summed it up, this wish list, this, priorities. And, we are seeing more memos. We're seeing more deputations, more petitions. Clearly people are trying to find ways to bring these roads in ourselves as councillors as well. We're also not supposed to be working city staff for the roads that we want on a wish list. Right? Council has control and in full transparency and accountability over which roads are to be done. So part of what I'm really looking forward to in this evaluation, in addition to how the plan is going with targets and some new ideas moving forward, but also we have that conversation as councillors as well. Is there a process for those roads, those interim roads that come up between the 5 years that's more regimented, consistent, transparent than kind of the ad hocery of petitions, memos, deputations, those kinds of things? I'll leave it there in the interest of time, and I welcome my fellow councillors' support. And if it passes, I want to thank staff in advance for their work on this. To me, it's an exciting opportunity to be able to provide a vision of roads so needed here for our future.
Thank you. We have a mover and seconder. All in favor? And that's passed. Last item, 9.2, is a memorandum regarding the closure of Lady Eaton Elementary School in Nomimi. Councillor Ashmore, would you like to speak to that?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I brought this forward because this has been an ongoing issue for many years, and parents have certainly have been in touch with me. Many parents in Nomimi. I know this decision was made by trustees, and we don't make those decisions per se. However, we do have the ability to make comments to other agencies. For example, the Minden emergency, that department, that was something that we all felt was really strong. It wasn't even in our municipality, it was in Halbert. And we all rallied because of that cause, a good cause to save that emergency and that emergency department in that hospital. So that was a bipartisan agreement we made. We put our 2 cents in, I guess you could say, and we don't know if they heard us, but at least we put it in there, and I'm sure they read about it, and those elected officials in the education in Ontario heard what we were saying, and that we weren't happy. So getting back to this here, the reason is that this closing is based on old data. It's based on 6 to 8 year old data that was collected by the school board. Like I say, I'm not knocking the school board. I'm just kind of giving you an updated version of what really is happening right now. Right now, the village of Omemee is very much growing, and there's a lot of young people that are moving there, a lot of young families, which is great. When I was going door to door last year during the election, and I don't go door to door during the election, I'm in touch with the people all the time, younger people at the door, which is awesome. So it's getting younger, the demographics is getting younger, and we need to keep these 2 schools going. Of course, the plan is to move. Lady Eaton is from JK to grade 3, and then Scott Young School is from grade 4 to grade 8. And there was also a daycare there, which is very important to the parents in Omemee and surrounding area as well. There was also quite a lack of public input of meetings that never really happened. And that was a sore spot for a lot of parents in the community. So to moving it to Scott Young, nothing against Scott Young, it's a great school, and just that it's going to be a logistical nightmare really to have all those 4 grades going into it. And also we're building a daycare there. Now there is a picture in the end of March, and I went there I was told there was going to be an opening, and yeah, I'm in that picture. I'm the only one that doesn't have my thumbs up because I thought, well, would I walk away? I'm not going to walk away. I'm going to be in that picture, and I was. So to have the opening of this daycare facility, and that's fine. But I was told what was happening, and I was told by one of the reporters there that, well, this is it. The Lady Eaton's going to be Lady Eaton Elementary School, which has been in existence since 1965, almost 60 years. It's going to be closing, and so Lady Eaton, they want to close it as of September of 2024, and so I just felt that to give them some sort of representation and a voice to the people, to the parents in Omemee, that I would put this forward. And I think that the chances are slim that they're going to change their mind, but it never hurts to say that, would you reconsider Trillium Lakeland's District School Board of Trustees? With all due respect, could you reconsider closing this school? And that's basically sort of where I stand, and more importantly, where the parents in Omemee stand and surrounding area. So I'd appreciate your support.
See if we can get you a seconder. Is there a seconder to this motion? You're seconding? Councillor Perry. Councillor Smeaton.
To use Councillor Ashmore's words, I know it's not my ward.
Oh, you go ahead. No, it's okay.
I'm just having fun. For the public, I think this is important. School boards are relatively autonomous by definition from the municipality. So it's important people realize they're a city of their own, if you will. They have a director, they have their mayor, and they have their own council, and those are their trustees. So for us to challenge a decision made by their council is the equivalent to Director Hahn and Bruce Rain putting forth a memo at their next board meeting challenging our decision to include St. George Street reconstruction as a decision unit of budget. There's an arm's length extension, however, for sure, that I frankly would like to keep intact. Discussions from our CAO and CEO do in fact happen with our local school boards. Intel on both sides is pivotal to good decisions involving development, for example, or busing options with our roads department. And this relationship is currently very strong and amicable. We're very synchronous. So this is not our decision to make, but more importantly, it was already made. So the public disappointment and concern was moderated. The process was followed. So why on earth would we reopen a conversation when it actually isn't even possible to reopen? So to me, this is just confusing the public. The most confusing piece for me is that the funding model presented in large by MPP Scott and the Ontario government for the approved extension shapes a building that provides the same service to the public as 2 schools, but within one complex that also encourages a state-of-the-art childcare facility. Now, I could actually see what's beginning now on that site, expanding into the very model of community center, school, arenas, pickleball, etc., that we see in other cities. In other words, Omemee could be on the map as the epicenter of the pilot we all look to from other wards. I just don't see how this can be seen as a negative when it could become the cornerstone of our city. I mean, this could be a triumph for Omemee to celebrate. So those are my thoughts on this particular memo.
Thank you. Anybody else? No? Councillor Ashmore, would you like to sum up?
Yes, thank you. And I appreciate the comments, and they're excellent comments and certainly valid. I'm just, I'm never afraid to, speak up, and I think the parents have really asked me, not just me, I don't care about me, it's the parents that are going to be affected here, and of course the children. I've looked at it, and really to me it's logistically not going to work out with the traffic mayhem that's going to be happening at Walnut Street and Dean and Highway 7, not to mention Highway 7, trying to get basically 2 schools to turn left or right on Highway 7, Trans-Canada Highway, 11,000 people, 11,000 vehicles going every day. If you support public education, I think this is something you would support. There's actually a private school that's being built in Omemee, and I mean, I'm nothing against private schools, but not many of us can afford private schools, and some are going to homeschooling now because they've said, no, we're not going to, we've just had enough. But they're doing a lot of homeschooling. And the last thing is, I'm afraid of future closings. Who could be next? Grandview, Central Senior, LCVI.
What I want to say to you is that we're not debating whether your memo is going to pass. The question is that council. That the recommendation be brought to council. That is what you're asking for, is that your memo, that council asks the Trillium Lakelands District School Board reconsider the decision to close Lady Eaton Elementary School in Omemee, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. That's what you want to do, is to bring it forward. Now, then at council, you can debate. Okay?
That's fine. We'll just receive it, and then we'll deal with it in a couple of weeks.
So the motion is to send it to council for consideration. And the mover is Councillor Ashmore, and the seconder is Councillor Perry. All in favor? And that fails. That's our agenda for today. I need a motion. Okay. We need a motion to receive it. Okay. All in favor? And that's done. It was Councillor Ashmore and Councillor Warren to receive.
Through you, Mr. So the memo had multiple recommendations, one that council would take a position on this. That was removed, and as it stands now, it simply was received, and that received recommendation only is what is being referred to council. You, through the mayor, you, committee, recommended a receive only. So you collectively brought it forward to council only as a receive. If it's extracted and or there's a follow-up motion that goes along with it, then you would run through the process at council and make a decision. So he could, correct.
I don't have a... Okay, folks, I need a motion to adjourn. Councillor Smeet and Councillor Yo, all in favor? And we are adjourned until the 26th. And remember, on the 26th, you will get T-shirts, and it's photo day. And